welcome back everyone, welcome back to another edition, another season here of the OSC Elite Rising Star tournament. OSC Elite Rising Star number 17.5. It's an interesting one, but welcome and all, bienvenidos, welcome, and I'm of course your host Live VIP, joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat as well. Welcome one and all, welcome to the OSC Elite Rising Star. This is a tournament that is actually restricted to players that haven't achieved too much in their careers. It is for what? It is for the rising talent in the scene. So players that place too highly in big premier tournaments and big regional events are ineligible to compete in this tournament. So we can feature players like Jimmy, players like Young Yakov, Percival, and many more. So again, we're here to kind of like see the rising talent in the scene, to support the rising talent, as well as it's going to be day one of the event. Now again, usually these events, they last a good number of weeks. I say weeks, typically a good number of months. If you remember during the podcast, we did go over this, how it is scheduled to end by December of this year. It takes a while. There's a lot of rounds, a lot of matches, a lot of StarCraft is going to be coming up ahead of us. Before I get ahead of myself though, a big shout out to Slow Joe in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $72.83 donation. I see some math was involved. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it dearly. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy, as we can switch things over and catch up on the bracket itself. Again, it is going to be a massive single elimination bracket. Now, I believe the reason why this is called 17.5 is because these events, these OSC Elite Rising Star tournaments, are usually double elimination. They're usually double elimination, which does kind of lead into why it takes so long. Every series is casted, and again, it often does take a good number of months, like 3-4 months, to conclude one of these events. But this time, single elimination tournament instead, as we try to zoom in and catch up what's been going on. Okay, so we have the bracket made, and we are here to cover the first day, the first round of matches. First up, we have Sebestus versus Hydra facing off in PvP when it goes up against Shameless. We have Homeowner versus Hackers Top in a Terran versus Random. We have Mute versus Defiance, which is our first series of the broadcast, leading into Rebellion. We'll be following those two into that second round match. We then have MiniZerg versus Eon. I don't think they've ever played against each other, just because they're in different regions and they don't often play in open cups. So going to be an interesting and exciting ZVZ there. We have the winner of that into Inexorable. We have MiniVK versus Demi. It's great to see Demi still competing, still active in some way, shape, or form when it goes up against Young Yakov. We have Ragnar versus Lemon. We have Hatsul versus Creature into Jumi. We have Patches versus MJG into Letalix. So again, we do have our games, we do have our matches. I will say, I said this during the podcast because we had already gone over this bracket, but we are missing Percival. Like, when it comes to the top players of each race in this kind of tournament structure and in this kind of like segment of StarCraft, or in this niche, typically for Protoss it's Shameless, for Zerg it's Young Yakov, and for Terran it's Percival, right? Like, those are the three Terran, those are the top three players of the last couple of seasons. Like, those are the three players that I look to most here when it comes to who's going to be favored in this event. But yeah, there is no Percival here. Maybe he just was unavailable, he didn't accept the invites. With that Percival being here, I would say that Terran players are going to have a harder time having some representation. I'm looking at Honmono, and I'm looking at Homeowner. So we'll see. There was another Terran that I can't think I glossed over. It was Honmono. All right, Inexorable as well. Honmono and Inexorable as kind of like the notable Terrans in the event. Otherwise, Protoss, and mainly Protoss, and a little bit of Zerg sprinkled in as well. So yeah, it's a lot of matches. Of course, we'll be covering 6 best of 5s. That's another factor here. These are all going to be best of 5s, which would be crazy. A lot of games, a lot of matches. Up first, we're going to be jumping into Mute versus Defiance in a TVP. Let's go. Let us go. Also, bienvenidos a all those in the chat. I see Salens via the Slow Joe as well, of course, as well. Leidith, bienvenidos. Gura, bienvenidos. As we are jumping into our first series, our first best of 5, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the American Terran player. We have the yellow Terran for the Platinum Heroes. It is Defiance. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Peruvian Protoss player, the teal Protoss representing Ping Pong Exports. It is a Mute. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is? It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we are getting into our best of 5. Bear that in mind. Best of 5s tonight and nothing but best of 5s. Up first, we do have our TVP. Now, coming into this, Mute is going to be the heavy favorite, especially in the early rounds. We are going to get these more one-sided series. And looking at the matches here tonight, I do believe that we do have quite a number of them. But again, we are going to be jumping in. We do have our initial best of, and we'll see what Defiance brings to the table. Defiance, he's more of an up-and-coming player. I mean, that's what this event is for, I suppose. True. But even more so, like, Defiance, he's still kind of like working his way up through the ranks. Really cool to see him a part of OSC Elite, and we'll see if he can pull a fast one over on Mute. I do feel like shenanigans are going to have to be had here. I don't know if standard play would quite be enough. We have a double gas open out of Defiance, going for a faster factory. This can lead into faster starports. Technically, this can lead into a one-base all-in, but I can't really imagine too much one-base play, especially on White Rabbit. So now, we are going to be completely walling off here in the main base. The probe scouts did not confirm the gases. Pokes up the ramp and does spot the factory. Oh, there you go. Factory was close enough. The probe is fully aware. And Mute is now aware of the later expansion. With this, we should be seeing safer play out of our Protoss player. Already setting up for the potential SimCity to fully roll up. Cybercore is now done, and we should soon be seeing our tech of choice. We will get there. Likewise, Defiance is banking up his minerals, which means we should be seeing that CC on the high ground. So again, racks into factory into a delayed expansion. We are going to be setting up. Looks like it is going to be initially Reaper Hellion, so a pretty big commitment here into Reaper Hellion out of Defiance. Big commitment. It's going to be a big commitment. I mean, oh, the first Reaper already goes down. Mute, he is aware. He does scouts, so Bakonomi can prepare. He can start to warp in, fully wall off. The purpose of Reaper Hellion is to get economic damage, but because it's been scouted, Mute has the wherewithal, to start to wall off that natural. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Defiance to find any damage with this. He's waiting for the next round of Reaper Hellion. And we'll see what he can get done. Meanwhile, we do see Mute just playing very safe. We have 2 gates on the way, 1 gate's already done, so 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink alongside a robo. It's a very safe play here by Mute. Playing it safe. Defiance moves out. Defiance making more Reaper Hellion and a Liberator as well. This is even more committed than initially thought. Oh boy, okay. So Defiance is doubling down. This needs to get damage. Again, the goal here would be to break into the mineral line. Just break past the wall, get into a mineral line, get some economic damage done. But again, Mute is going for a safer build. Like, he already has 4 Stalkers. Blink is going to be done. Second factory? What is going on? Second factory's on the way. We're getting into mech. It's been a while. We have seen a little bit of mech out of players like Cure and out of players like Maru and TVP. Post-patch, I should emphasize. Pre-patch, we saw it all the time. But post-patch, we have seen a little bit of it early on, but just barely any. So Paul's move here by Defiance. And again, it's just taking too long. Like, look how many Stalkers there are. There are 10 Stalkers to defend, so Defiance here will not get into the bases. And again, this Reaper Hellion does not scale well. It is the issue. This does not scale well into a longer game. That's why there was a lot of pressure on Defiance to move out soon to try to get into a base. Liberator does arrive at better damage here. 4 probes. 4 probes go down. Back at home, there's not much to defend. There's 1 tank in the main. There's one tank covering the main base. But the bunker is exposed. Just trading with the Hellions. Picks off 2 Reapers. As the tank is repositioning. Ooh, blinks in, takes on the Viking. Nice pickup. The next dive can be on the tank. And you can see he's making he's making 2 tanks at a time. This is also why the second tank is delayed, because he did invest into the second factory. So very late second tank. And we're just diving in. Yeah, we're diving in. The first tank goes down. The second tank as well. And that's going to be it. There's just nothing left. There's nothing left. There's nothing here. Again, Defiance going for a crazy build, investing, doubling down too hard into Reaper Hellion, and then delaying a second tank. And that means that there is no defense. Without the soldiers of Chernobyl out of control, they shut down the workers, the tanks, the entire army. We do have a bunker left over for Marines, but that's really all there is. And we just ignore it. Yeah, we just ignore it. Going further into the main base, chamber the production. GG gets called, and Mute takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. An interesting style here shown by Defiance. Unfortunately, I feel like the build itself had left much to be desired. As we mentioned, unfortunately, he did wait too long. He made too much Reaper Hellion. Because he made too many, he had to wait even longer to get everything sorted to be able to move out across the map. By the time he did, there was already a full wall off. We already had 10 stalkers. He had missed any kind of window. He had missed any kind of timing to be able to make use of that Reaper Hellion. Unfortunately, the follow-up also killed him as well. That played its part. The follow-up was to go for a second factory before the second tank. Just really fast double factory, double tank production meant that there was a big window of time there where there was only 1 tank to defend, which means Mute could just ignore it, or you could just dive in. Could and did just dive in. And with that, we're not going to be getting into game 2, and we'll see if Defiance can bring it back here. We'll see what Mute brings to the table instead. Let's go. Or really, more than anything, how he reacts. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the yellow Terran player, the yellow Terran, the American Terran for the Platinum Heroes. It is Defiance. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Peruvian Protoss player with the Seal Protoss for Bing Bong Exports. It is a Mute. Now welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is a much smaller map in the map pool, short rush distance by ground. If Defiance wanted to go for something more aggressive, more so than last game, then this would be the map to do it on. And that's kind of what we're expecting, or at least what I'm expecting out of Defiance. Mute, he more or less went for a reaction as to what he was up against. Remember, he scouted the faster factory, he scouted the Reaper Hellion, so Mute, he had the information to work with to be able to wall off, to be able to go into a higher gateway count, and then counterattack. Once again, double gas to open it out of Defiance, opening up double gas, going for a faster factory. Once again, a tech heavy start out of our Terran. Last game, this led into reacted Reaper Hellion. We'll see what he goes for this time. Can lead into Woodermine drops, can lead into Woodermine drop into Banshee play. Earlier Raven harass. Your tank production. Show us what you got. Very good. So from here we're settling in. Likewise, so is Mute. Mute just going for a standard opener, just going for his own gate expand. Very early safety bunker. Wait, what? Huh. So an interesting choice here. The logic here is that he's getting his bunker because he doesn't want to get his CC on the high ground. He wants to get it on location, but that costs you a bunker. On top of that, the bunker doesn't necessarily keep your base defended, just because we could see, say, an adept opener, right? Adept follow-up. Speaking of, like, the adept could just bypass the bunker and just go straight for the workers, and does do so. SCV goes down. Nice delay. Going for the other SCV, and we'll get it both. Oh god. Yeah, both SCVs go down. There's a Widowmine to zone away at least, but the adept is doing well for itself. Oof. Reaper gets hunted down, and this has been a very shaky start here for Defiance. Very shaky. As Mu destroying down extra gateways, so far he has, I believe, two gate. Two gate blink into a robo. We should be seeing a third gateway soon. Oh, as he does poke in. Big supply block here, unfortunately, for Defiance. This time not Reaper Hellion, this time is going Reactor Marine, Widowmine drop. Oh. It's out the mine. Well, the mine does trade well. Ooh, that's an extra gateway being thrown down. So game one, we had a 3-gate blink, a safer build out of mute. This time he's going for a much more aggressive build, going into 4-gate blink stalker. Ay, ay, ay. Now, what's scary about this setup here is that because of the lack of Reaper Hellion, what does that mean? No scatting. It means that if you look at the vision here from Defiance, he scouted the main base with his initial Reaper, but he has 0 information after that. He doesn't know how many gateways there are. He doesn't know how much danger he's in. He doesn't know that. He doesn't know. Oh, that's another big supply block. He's getting into zone 3-1-1 setup. Brutal supply block. Mute is moving out. And back at home, 0 tanks. There are 2 bunkers on the low ground, so the natural base is relatively well defended, but the main base is completely open. There's a ring of Widowmines, I suppose, but with good enough control, Mew can avoid that. Scan on the 3rd. Mew, where we headed? Breaks in. Base at the mine shot. Ooh, Widowmine shot does still connect though. Yeah, strips away a lot of shields. So far, so good. Defiance is holding. It's holding on that. But again, without any tanks behind this, his position is still so much more. It's just still so weak. Yeah, position is so much more weakened here. The first bunker goes down. Depot as well. Stim is still on the way. And unfortunately, this build has been very shaky as well here from Defiance. It leaves much to be desired. He opted not to go for the mine drop. One Widowmine connects. The others are being cleaned up. Now Mew can fight out of range of the bunkers. As he is forced out, gets 3 more CV kills. Again, ideally, if you're going to be going for a very heavy buy composition, if you're intentionally skipping tank production, then going for a 2-1-1 or even 3 CC 3 racks or just a 3 racks would make a lot more sense. But this was a 3 rack setup after the starport. And Mute is done it. Mute, he has broken the natural. Boys are being pulled, SCVs are going down. Oof. It's gonna be another 8 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Now Slim is in the mix. Defiance trying to chase down the stalkers, but alas, cannot quite do so. And again, Mute, he's on 3 bases. He's on 3 bases, he's on 60 workers compared to the 29 SCVs here at Defiance. Again, it's just been a very shaky early game here for our Terran. Very shaky. As Defiance, he has built up a decent chunk of Marauders, and with that heavy Marauder count, he can fight head on. True. Can fight head on, but last supply isn't quite there. Drops into the main base. There's not really much at home to defend. Has to stim back. That's going to be another 5 SCV kills. Stalkers poke in, going for the natural. Defiance being pulled apart. His entire army reacts to the drop. And that means that more SCVs are going down. Another 13, 14 SCV kills. Aye. As Stalkers move back, the Prism can move back in. And it does. It does head back into the main. And at this point, Defiance, he's all in. He's all in. He's heavily overstimmed. And there are 2 Colossus. 2 Colossus waiting. One of them is going to be targeted down. No, not even. No shot. The Colossus survives. GG gets called. And Mute takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. With that, Mute, he does extend his lead in the series. Again, when it comes to Defiance's build, I appreciate that he had some variety here. Game 1, he attempted to go into mech. Game 2, here he went into his own attempted bio setup as well. As you mentioned, though, the build itself left much to be desired. 1, sure, there were a lot of supply blocks that didn't help, but 2, he opted not to go for any mine drop harass. On top of that, he intentionally delayed, or I say delayed, he just opted not to have any tank production. He chose not to get a tech lab on his factory, and he chose to try to go into later stim as a result, and that's why he was abused so heavily there. Like, typically, even with a mine drop opener, you typically want to follow that up with tanks to be able to defend your bases. Without any tanks that early on, and without, say, earlier stim or earlier Marauders, there was no defense. So it's been interesting to see the variety of builds here from Defiance, but they feel very, very rough around the edges, or they feel like, you know, maybe Defiance kind of freestyling or kind of making them up himself, which is cool, but like there are things that can be abused as a result. This morning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the yellow Terran player, the yellow Terran himself. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is Defiance. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the teal Protoss player. The teal Protoss representing Ping Pong Exports. It is Mute. Fun fact, something that both Game 1 and Game 2 had in common for Defiance is that both games he did delay tank production, if not just skip it entirely. And this is something that has been abused from Mute. Mute has been able to abuse that fact in both games. Oh boy. So it has been quite rough. We'll see if we can bring it back. Once again, double gas opener out of Defiance. Opening up double gas, they're going for the faster factory once again. And we'll see where he takes us this time. Defiance is just moving out with this SCV scouts. Oh, never mind. Okay, so we could see a Rax into factory into a proxy starport. Oh, but no, we're going one step further and just going straight proxy factory. Okay, one base all in. One base all in. And again, like, I do want to give credit to Defiance for at least bringing something different to the table every game so far. And again, we haven't seen this yet in the series. Now, with this, we can go into proxy. We have gases. So gases have been taken. We can go into a tech lab into proxy tank. Otherwise, we go for tech lab into proxy cyclones. even into both, I suppose. Yeah, reactor back at home. Checking Mute's vision, he did not get into the main. True.
Watch your mineral line.
Crucial that he did not get in. Snipes the Reaper. There's that tech lab into Starport. Again, we're leaning more towards proxy tank, or at least maybe even tank and Cyclone. And we'll see if he can keep this hidden. Mute's going for a safety shield battery here at his natural. Twilight counter opener out of our Protoss. So he pokes in.
I am here in the shadows.
Yeah, pokes in, spots a reactor marine at least, but that's all he does spot. Soften up the marines. It is going to be the proxy tanks. We got tanks, we got liberators. The boys are being pulled. Is this too soon? But I believe so far unscouted. He pulls away for a moment, but he will eventually spot this coming. There we go, does spot the SCVs, he knows. Yeah, now he knows. Back at home, second shield battery. He's throwing down his battery. He has two stalkers. Yeah, two stalkers to defend. Third battery's on the way. Defiance, can he pull this up? Can he get within range of the pylon? That is Nartos' pylon. The tank is pretty far back. Oh yeah, the first tank is far too back here. So no support from the tank. Marine's going to be going down, getting 3 Marines. Picking up the SCV. Another Marine goes down. And again, that first tank isn't doing anything here. What forward. And the army's being bullied. Yeah, Defiance, he's going to lose almost every Marine. There was potential with this, and now the tanks are moving forward. Now he's getting within range of the pylon. Oh, ball placement here with the bunker. Yeah, bunker is killed. Immortal pops out, so going for the first tank. And the first tank goes down. Takes down the tank, takes down the second tank as well. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, repairs are not in time, and GG gets called. GG gets called. The all-in has failed. Mute will take the series 3-0, advancing on to the round of 16. GG. GG, and Mewtwo will claim this series. Again, I appreciate that we saw something different here out of Defiance, and there was potential with the overall build as well, but he was a little bit too conservative with the placement of that first tank. We did bring it up, of course, that first tank was too far behind. It wasn't really adding anything to the engagement, to the fight. He wasn't able to really apply any pressure. Ideally, you want to push further forward, especially because that early on there's no blink. Right, that's too soon for Blink. Blink was not a factor, so it could have been more aggressive and more assertive with that first tank to not just push forward, but to protect the bunker and protect the Marines. Remember, before the second tank arrived, before the tanks came into play, 6 Marines were killed. Like, so many Marines were sniped in the lead up to that, so there was that much less support, and the position was that much weaker. GG. GG, well played. With that, Mute does claim the series, and we're going to be following Mute into the next round. Up next, we're going to be getting into a PvP. This should be a closer series. I mentioned before that Defiance, he's a little bit more of an amateur player, more of an up-and-comer that's kind of trying to gain more experience. Here, Mute and Rebellion are much closer in skill. Rebellion being the Korean Protoss, Mute being the Peruvian Protoss. Both players have their accolades, and we should be seeing more of a back and forth here. That should be. Let's go. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the pink Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss for among SU2 people. It is Rebellion. And spawning in the top left hand corner, I saw that camera by the way. We have the teal Protoss player representing Ping Pong Exports. It is Mute. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming to that last series, Mute was the heavier favorite, but here it should be a little bit more up in the air. I don't really know who to favor here, just because I actually haven't casted much of Mute's PvP in quite some time. I remember being aggressive. I can say the same about Rebellion. Now, early on at the start of the game, I did see Mute. It looked like he had either just panned to this proxy location, or he might have set a camera location hotkey here. We'll see. He might have just panned over and that's it, as he has not sent out a worker, not yet. Oh, don't forget to hydrate, baby. Don't forget. So now we have our 2-gate openers, 2-gate opener out of Rebellion, 2-gate opener out of Mute. Probe moves out, and I believe this should just be a scouting probe. Okay. So he's not going to this central location. Workers, they pass by each other. And we're just going to scout, we're just going to confirm. So no proxies, no shenanigans. We see the second pylon in the main base for Mute. Likewise, second pylon in the main base for Rebellion as well. Both players will scout, both players will confirm. Everyone knows that no one is proxying, no one is cheating. Players have eyes on everything. So we walk away. Is going to be a Stalker Sentry here out of Mute. Meanwhile, Stalker Adept out of Rebellion. Stalker Adept is a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more assertive. The Adept has potential to shade across the map, to threaten shades into the main base, and to force out pylons. Meanwhile, Mute has a safer start with more secure scouting information. Instead of the Adept, he has a Sentry, he has a Hallucination. So the Hallucination can get across the map and can get a full scout of the main. So again, just a safer start out of Mute. Just safer. Meanwhile, here comes the Adept. You can see the Adept is intentionally being kept hidden from the pylon. Rebellion did not want to show his hand. Even here over in the main scouting path. As he does try to slip by. Adept shades in, Mute is in position, and Mute walls off. So a nice wall off there out of Mute. Meanwhile, Hallucination's on the way. As Hallucination does get into the main. Gets eyes on the tech, gets eyes on the Twilight Council, confirms that nothing crazy is going on. There's no like higher gateway counts or faster tech. Mute should be feeling pretty comfortable. Oh, as Mute is going for a Robo. Okay, so Robo opener out of our Teal Protoss. Going for a Robo typically means early Immortal production, and it does mean that you're typically going to be the defending player. You're going to slowly build up on 2 and then 3 bases. So Mute going for a slower approach. Yo, stay complete in the chat. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing. For how long? For 24 months. 2 years, papi. 2 years. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the content, the casting, the star. Thank you. 2 years of top-notch broadcast, papi. Yeah, gracias, papi. Gracias. Thank you. We appreciate it, papi. We appreciate it. As again, our players are slowly building up. We do have 2 more gates on the way. Oh, okay. So Mute is being a little bit more assertive here. He's going up to 4 gateways back at home. Usually you'd be on a lower gateway count and get a faster 3rd expansion. But here Rebellion is committing into a higher gateway count, into more aggression. We do see that again, Mute, he's taking a more defensive stance, building up his immortals, building up charge. The earlier charge though might be indicative of aggression as well. Huh. Okay. Let's go. Like usually instead of charge here, we'd have a base. Like we'd have a 3rd. So both players are delaying their third bases. Both players are being a little bit more intense here. They're committing harder on two bases. Mute finally does expand. And Rebellion, he still has not taken a base. Said he's moving out. Blink is done. Dives on the third, will force a cancel. There's a cancellation. Mute, he tries to get in. Gets one, two. Two probes go down. Mute is contained. And Rebellion going into two-base Disruptor? Okay. okay, interesting. There's a couple of things happening here. One, Mute, he throws down two more gates, so he's getting into six. 6 gateways here to Mute. He does finally get a third base, or at least he's trying to. That higher gateway count might just be a way to spend money. So maybe you shouldn't read too much into it. Rebellion finally takes his own third base, but again, he's rushing into Disruptors. We actually spoke about this yesterday, if you recall, as we were covering a different PvP. We were covering Creator versus Classic, if I recall correctly. But when it comes to that PvP, we spoke about how, as a Protoss player, you can try to skip tech and try to rush into Disruptors. It is very risky, but if you can get away with it, you will get ahead, right? Disruptors, they are the superior units here in PvP. It's like you're skipping the mid-game almost. Into Glaives? Huh. Okay. We have Stalker, Glaive, Disruptor. Now, Glaive Adepts, they have their place in this matchup as well, don't get me wrong. If you're curious, what is the purpose of these Glaive Adepts? One, to harass, true, but two, to be the buffer. In this kind of situation, it's going to be the Disruptors and Glaive Adepts that are meant to take the role of the Archon Immortal charge lots. What I mean by that, Zealots, they do an amazing job when it comes to close and distance, getting on top of the gateway composition and being a tank, right? Just buffering for your army, and that's why you see all these Zealots warping in. And traditionally, to counter Zealots, you need Archons for their splash damage. But here, what's going to be the counter to the Zealots? Not Archons. We don't have the tech for that, so we don't have the money for that because of the Disruptors. It's going to be the Adepts. Right? The Adepts, they do out-trade Zealots. So Adepts, they kind of have their place here in PvP. And of course, they're going to be supporting the Disruptors. And because Mute doesn't have Blink, his army is going to be that much more vulnerable here to the Novas, specifically the Immortals. That should be the targets, but the armies, they pass by each other, and we're going for the base trade. Oh, never mind. Rebellion, he does turn back around. You can see he rotates here to the center. Meanwhile, Mute does still sit by. I get spotted. Yeah, Mute is spotted. The Immortals are on their own, and they're gonna go down. Shelters Novas. Yeah, Nova goes off. Does turns back the army, gets two Stalkers. Another Nova connects to the Immortals, and Mute is gonna lose everything here. Every single Immortal is gonna go down. Yeah, losing the Immortals, the Stalkers. At the same time, Mute, he does get Zealots into the mineral line. Probes aren't going down. But is that worth it? Is that worth losing every single Immortal? And the final Immortal goes down. Meanwhile, Mute kills the Nexus. That was 5 Immortals, by the way. 5 Immortals just thrown away, and Rebellion, he just ignores this. I don't think we need to go for the base trade. We could have just turned around to defend. We were just here at the third, but no, never mind. He just sends it, Pappy. Let's go. Let's go. There's one Immortal back at home. Technically, Mute can recall. But his best chance here is base trade. Yeah, as we do have the Adepts recalling back home. Remember, we spoke about this at the start, how Adepts, they are built here to trade well against the charge lots. And they do in the main at least, but we have more Zealots at the third. Oh no, they're fighting! Jesus! Probes, they go down. We're getting messy. Novas are connecting. Novas are connect. GG gets called. Yeah, there's just no answer in the main base. And Rebellion, he'll take the first game. He'll take a lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played. A very chaotic finale here to the game itself, but again, we saw that Mew took a really rough fight. I'm referring to the moments when he pushed out with his 5 immortals, and he pushed up the ramp into the third base. He lost every single immortal. It was kind of weird that he led with the immortals, right? Like, he led the fight with the immortals that were in front of everything, whereas typically you want the immortals behind your gateway army to have some kind of buffer, because they do so much damage. So it's kind of a weird setup there. It's possible that maybe Mute miscontrolled, and he only grouped up his immortals in his control group, and he accidentally removed the other units from his control group instead. If you remember, he was fixated on his zealot drop and zealot run by at the natural base, but yeah, the control was lacking when it came to the immortals, when it came to the main push. And GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2. Going to be loading into game 2, going to be loading into Tourmaline. Today the probes choose violence. Well, they chose violence. They did. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the pink Protoss player, the pink Protoss himself. Leading the series 1-0 for among SCG people, it is Rebellion. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the teal Protoss player, the green Protoss representing Ping Pong Exports. It is a Mute. Here we go. Alright, good to go. So getting into game 2. Once again, we should be seeing standard openers. We do have Rebellion going for the faster scout across the map to get a read on what Mute is up to. So faster probe scouts. Last game we had relatively standard openers. The tech of choice was different. Again, Mute, it did feel like initially the goal was to build up on 3 bases. I mean, that's why Mute was expanding, but then it was forced to cancel. He was out of position, had to cancel his third base, was forced into his move outs, was forced to be more committed, and just did not quite pan out. What about this time? And so far, two gate opener into double stalker. Likewise, we do see a mirrored builds here from Mute as well. So same build, same opener, same set of units so far. And welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool, shorter rush distance by ground, so much so that we might even see double stalker into a third and fourth stalker as well, into just rallying across the map. Show us what you got. Our first 2 are being sent out. And there it is, we do have the next set on the way. So again, this is very common when you want to be hyper aggressive, and both players are going for it. Okay, we're just not stopping stalker production. We're not stopping. Mute's gonna be the first to move out. Rebellion, he is late to the party, but we're not gonna make use of the tall grass. Oh, yeah, Mute, he barely does shoot first. Slightly better trade for Mute. You go 1 extra shot in. Last, he has to respect those stalkers. Pulls away, ideally to the tall grass. Yep. Tussle back. Rebellion has to respect it. If Rebellion pushes forward, then Mute will get the first volley off. And Rebellion's going for the proxy. Proxy gateway! Oh, going for the all-in. Oh no! Rebellion does not respect it. It does take extra hits. Does take extra shots. Respect the tall grass, papi. Oh. As you can see, Rebellion trying to bait the army forward with those force fields, with those sentries. Isn't quite able to. Mute pulls away. Proxy setting up. So what's the setup here? So it's going to be 2 gateways out of Mute into a Robo follow-up into a mortar production. Meanwhile, Rebellion, he has a 3-gate setup with a Robo as well. With this proxy, he can warp in with those adepts. He can morph in. He can one-shot probes. Doesn't come into the shade. But he's keeping Mute busy. Rebellion is rallying. He's still rallying across. Oh. Does shade into the main. Yeah, shades in, catching 1, 2, 3 probes. Nice damage in the main base so far. Gets up to 4. Mute already taking a 3rd. Bold move. So far unscouted though. Rebellion, he has yet to confirm. Just now gets eyes on the expansion. Rebellion should be able to force a cancel. Or should at least apply some pressure. Never mind. Pulls away. He pulls back home. Now, given this kind of situation here, Mute is in a better position if we get into a longer game, right? Mute, he's building up his immortal count. He's getting into his own 3rd expansion, getting into a greater economy. There's a lot of pressure here on Rebellion. But he's getting into a Twilight Council. This tells us that he's going to get an upgrade. This tells us he's going for a later timing. Working towards Glaives. Glaive Adepts, Immortals. But again, this does feel very late. It feels a little bit wonky here from Rebellion. It's messy. He still only has 3 gateways, now getting up to 5. But again, Rebellion is all in. Like, there's no expansion. There's no expansion. It's all or nothing. Rebellion is supply blocked. No, now is not the time. He throws down 3 more gateways. Now he throws down a pylon. The pylon is so very late. Rebellion cannot reinforce. Yeah, brutal. So getting supply blocked as you're all inning is the worst. It doesn't get worse than that. Not like this. And more pylons are on the way. Rebellion is still supply blocked. Being forced back. And again, as the game gets longer and longer, it's better for Mute. This Mute is building up his shield batteries, his upgrades. Can Rebellion still pull this off? He's still supply blocked. Oh, God. The pylons are almost done. Just now finishing. Nice to try to zoom it in. A decent force fields trying to zone each other away. Do get a recall back home. Okay, recalls extra immortals. And 3 hits on the stalkers. Likewise, a 4th immortal has arrived, and Mute, he should have enough here. Should have enough. He pulls back to the shield batteries. The base is getting low. He's now up against 3 immortals. There we go. The boys being pulled. Nice juggling here on the immortals. Should keep them safe. Adepts are doing a great job here when it comes to tanking, when it comes to buffering. Oh no! The immortals! 1 goes down. He gets 1. He gets 2. Yeah, miscontrol. Mute, he's not controlling here. He had the prism, but he was focusing elsewhere. Likewise, where are the warp-ins? Mute. Yeah, late reactions. Just late reactions here to Mute. Where he miscontrolled, lost 3 immortals, late warp-ins as well. He's banking resources. And this should have been a cleaner defense. Does still have the expansion, but we gotta lock in. We gotta lock in, Pat. Rebellion gets into the mineral line, Prism into the main as well, and Mute is being torn apart. It's being torn apart here. 8 probes going down. I say 8's getting up to 11. And up say shade away. Rebellion now can expand. As Mute's economy is crippled. +1 is being delayed as well. And again, despite all the supply blocks, Rebellion, he may still be able to take this. Oh, with base trade. They're going for the base trade. They shade past each other. Rebellion is going for the natural, likewise so is Muse. Now coming into the base trade, where exactly are we? Rebellion does have the higher immortal counts. Rebellion has more depths. Rebellion has more stalkers. Rebellion just has more to work with. Mute has more sentries at least. Here we go, we're getting into the bases. There was no third base, so Mute might be able to win this, by the way. What do I mean by that? So Mute, he escapes with probes. A couple of workers are escaping. Meanwhile, I believe Rebellion, he escapes with nothing. Like, this is it. These are the... No, sorry. I was going to say these are the buildings. There's a proxy. True. There is a proxy across the map that may come into play. As Mute does bust into the main. So it's Rebellion. Mute, he does get his ninja base on the bottom right. But I believe Rebellion there, he lost every probe. Every probe has gone down, so these are the only buildings for Rebellion. He cannot make any more. You can see he's making a probe in the main, but it should not be saved. Like this. No shot. I say that, the probe does peel off towards the right-hand side, but again, should not be able to escape this. The main base is being cleaned up. Oh, the purpose. Sack it in, Pappy. Sack it in. Just hug the wall, Pappy. Hug the wall. Oh, he saves it. The prison. The prison. No, that should not have happened. that should not have happened. Aye, aye, aye. The prison comes back. He saves the probe, which means the Rebellion, he can get a Nexus. Oh, no. He saves it, but he's actually going to the same place where the Nexus is, where the ninja base is for Mutes. Mute does find the proxy buildings. Rebellion, we need a Nexus. There it is. Nexus gets thrown down. Right, they don't see each other. They don't see. They don't see each other, Pappy. Ay, ay, ay. They don't know. Ah, it's a clown fiesta. Meanwhile, all the buildings in the main was going to be going down here for Mute. So Rebellion kills all the buildings, they kill each other. These are the final buildings left. Oh no. Now Rebellion is making his way back. Oh, he sees a pylon. He spotted the pylon. He knows. No shot. Rebellion should not have won this game. That probe should have died. No shot. He finds it. Oh, sorry, Mute finds it. GG gets called. Mute was here first. My apologies. He was here first. Kills the Nexus. GG. And Mute takes the game. GG. Oh my god. In my brain, like, that Protoss army was Rebellion's army because he had seen what was going on. But no, in the end, Mute was able to find the Nexus, turn back around, and kill it. GG. GG, well played. Mute ties up the series. Thankfully, Rebellion didn't win. Again, in my mind, like, Rebellion to make that probe, and for that probe to somehow squeeze its way into the corner of his main base and to evacuate with the prism was crazy, Pat. It was crazy. It was unfortunate that he happened to throw down the Nexus right next to the Nexus of his opponents, right next to each other. Again, just didn't know at the time. GG. GG, well played. We're tied up 1-1 as Mute does come on top of the base trade, and we are making our way into game 3 to find out who takes the lead. Who does take a lead here? We're going into Title Citadel. Crazy. Whoever recalls first wins. True, true. I mean, that's also another factor as well. But here we go. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the Pink Protoss player. The Pink Protoss representing Among Us 2 people being forced into a tied series. It is Rebellion. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Teal Protoss player, the premium Protoss for Bing Bong Exports. It is a Mute. Let's go. Let us go. Nice, they're Tony in the chats. How you doing, Pat? We're doing okay. Doing okay. It's been a rough January and coming into a rough February as well, but we'll be okay. We'll recover. Be okay. Oh, as we're going for a cannon rush. Let's go. Gateway into Forge. Cannon rush out of Rebellion as the first worker moves out. Second probe is on the way as well. And cannon rushes are a bit of a rarer sight in this matchup. Infamously, of course, it was, oh my god, almost, what was his name? Probe Scout, that's it. Probe Scout did infamously defeat Zest in an ESL Open Cup Americas with cannon rushes. So again, cannon rushes can even take down the best players in the world. Here we go, pylons being thrown down. Rebellion setting up behind the mineral line, setting up for his cannons. Here we go. Happy New Year, Pat. Happy New Year, Pat. Happy New Year. Feliz Año Nuevo, Pat. As here we go, the first cannon has been thrown down. This is designed to deny mining in the main. Oh, and Rebellion even here at the gold expansion. Now, Mute's win condition here, I say win condition, his goal, just because he cannot stop the cannon rush, is going to be to evacuate. Is going to be to just abandon the main base and main out over towards the bottom left. Meanwhile, Rebellion is here at the gold to expand, and he does abandon. So again, he does evacuate the main base. He cannot stop these cannons. Mute will evacuate. Rebellion is achieving a lot of damage for 2 pylons and 1 cannon, by the way. He denies mining in the main base and he kills a Nexus. It's crazy. As you can see here, 0 income. 0 income for Mute. Until the Nexus finishes. Thankfully does kill the probe. Denies any additional cannon rushes. But Rebellion just wants that gold base. Now, what's scary here is there's no units, like there's no army units. The Adept is coming. This one Adept is gonna do critical damage. Let alone 2 Adepts, like that. There's 2 Adepts on the way, and there's no like the Cyber Core just not finished. There's 1 Sentry in production. It's gonna be 1 Sentry versus 2 Adepts. Obviously, the boys can be pulled and the boys can get us around, but it's gonna be a rough hold here. Just don't get surrounded. Yep, there's no mining. Like I. Ay. Yeah, 0 mining here for Mute. He has no economy, but oh no! The person coming for the surround. Sentry has arrived with a force field and does attempt to look down the Adept. But now there's 2. Now there's 2 Adepts. There's still no other unit here. 2 Adepts, say 1-shot probes. We gotta pull the boys. Does pull away. Oh. Yeah, without losing 5 probes. Now it gets us around, but that's still gonna be 7 probes going down. Also, I assumed that we were gonna be expanding here, but no, it's gonna be Proxy Gateway, Proxy Robo. 1 base all in out of Rebellion. And Mute just doesn't have anything. There's just nothing to defend. We got 1 Sentry, 1 Shield Battery, 1 Stalker. We got the 1-1-1. Let's go. True. As the Immortal does rock up. Some awkward force fields. But GG. Yeah, GG gets called again. There's just nothing to defend. And Rebellion will take a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Rebellion does take a lead. It is one game away from claiming the series. We'll see if Mute can recover and bounce back again. Setting up a cannon rush behind the middle line is just a really brutal position to be in. I would say that one of the big things that did hurt and kill Mute there was he heavily delayed his cybercore. Remember, he went for a pylon into gateway into Nexus. Like he had to go for that quote-unquote like ninja base, right? He had to expand on left hand side, which heavily delayed his cybercore, which means he had a late stalker, late adept, just late units in general, and he was abused for that. Like he just had no units to defend, and he was punished. Was shut down. GG. And with that, we're now going to be getting into our next game. Going to be loading into 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the pink Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing among us the two people in the series 2-1. It is Rebellion. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the teal Protoss player, the teal Protoss himself. Teal Protoss himself, the premium Protoss for Bing Bong Exports. It is Mute. Go. So chat, isn't it 1-1? If you're referring to the score, it was 1-1. Now it's 2-1. That's 2-1. As Rebellion, he won the first game, and now the third game. So Rebellion is up in the series. Again, the pressure is on Mute. So far, 2 gate openers. Now, I did see Mute. Oh, interesting. I did see him pan his camera towards the right-hand side earlier, but we'll see if he does head in that direction. Checks his natural. Yep, does head towards the right. Again, we saw him pan his camera here at the beginning of the game, but we saw something similar in game 1, so I wasn't too certain. And this pylon positioning here, it could be fake or it could be a Stargate. Does keep the probe around, so higher chance is going to be a Stargate. Oh, never mind, as I believe he abandoned? Okay, yeah, the probe left. So the probe did leave to scout, so there's no proxy, it's just a fake out. Just a fake out here at a Mute. Rebellion, he scouts. Rebellion knows that a pylon is missing, and back at home, he's going for his own Stargate opener. Okay. Going for his own Stargate. We have a double Stalker versus double Adept. Adepts are moving out. Are being active. Now, thankfully, Rebellion, he does scout them ahead of time, so he's aware. He's already setting up for the wall. His probe is in position. Ooh, and Mute, I don't think he got close enough to see if there was a base. Mute is expanding, of course, but Rebellion still is not. Wait, going for a Phoenix? Oh. Okay. Going for a Phoenix opener, going for a proxy pylon as well. Looks like Rebellion, he's not going to expand. Yeah, he's not expanding. Mute, he shades in, and he should confirm. Yeah, shades into the natural. And sees no Nexus. Yeah, no Nexus in position. A big delay here on the natural. Back at home, we need shield batteries. So 1 battery here at the natural. Army going to be getting into the main. Scouts the Stargates. He's aware. So Mute is aware of the Stargates. Meanwhile, the first shield barrier takes a lot of hits. But Mute is keeping up. Rebellion is still committed. Now he does still expand, but it's a very delayed expansion here for Rebellion. It's very late. As Phoenix as they get into the main. No major damage. And again, this Phoenix opener, it just felt really weird. It felt really odd. We're not making any more Phoenixes, so it was a really interesting decision here by Rebellion. It looks like maybe he almost was expecting a proxy Stargate, so he was trying to maybe hard counter an Oracle opener. Yeah, he cancels the Phoenix. Trying to build back up, but Mute has a very comfortable worker lead. Devastation to natural, very nice force field. Locks down the Adepts. And Mute is still ahead. Mute is still ahead, still has that stronger economy. He's trying to find some value here with these Phoenixes. He's gotten, I want to say, two probes so far, now getting a third. 3 probe kills. Switching to a Robo, then into +1. Into a slower, more robust Immortal-based composition. Mute is going to gain map control. And he's throwing down extra gateways, getting up to 4. So 4 gate blink. We'll see if he commits even harder and throws in extra gateways, or if he expands. But Mute should be pushing. Yeah, at this point, Mute should know. Like, he should know that he's in a very comfortable position, that he is ahead economically, and he has been ahead almost the entire game. Now he's moving out. As he moves out, Phoenixes are moving in. Some of his workers. Mute doesn't care. He's just going for it. Oh, miscontrol. If you notice that Mute, he was trying to trigger the shields on the Immortal, but he did click on the wrong units. Nice hallucination, tanking shots. Ooh, dives on the first Immortal, he gets one. And one Immortal goes down, now going for the other, and he does get both. Both Immortals fall, and with that, there's nothing to defend. The boys are being pulled. No shield battery support either. Yeah, no batteries, no Immortals. GG gets called, and we are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG well played. Again, just a really odd start out of Rebellion, opening up a triple Phoenix, right? Opening up Phoenixes, it felt really weird. You often don't see Phoenix openers unless you believe that your opponent's going for a Stargate. That's kind of what it felt like. It felt like he was trying to hard counter an Oracle opener or something of that sort. Meanwhile, we saw there was no Stargate, there were no Oracles. The Phoenixes did not pay for themselves. So just really awkward starts. And if you remember, it wasn't just that the Phoenixes didn't pay for themselves, but it was also the fact that Rebellion stayed on one base. He stayed on one base for a very, very long time. So as a result, he was just behind economically, behind in the production, behind in the army. GG. GG well played. With that, we're going into the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on the Old Republic. The final game of the series. Let's go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the pink Protoss player, the pink Protoss himself. Oh. Representing among SE2 people, it is Rebellion. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the teal Protoss player, the teal Protoss representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Mute. Let's go. Let us go. IMO 100% lethal as a proxy oracle, which means that was a super effective hidden pylon. Yes, yes. If you remember, Mute did begin the game by hiding his pylon, and Rebellion scouted. He saw that the pylon was missing, so that kind of that like incepted, like that kind of planted the idea in Rebellion's mind, and it did feel like he was reacting quite hard to that. Meanwhile, Mute just expanded, right? He just he was just chilling. Just expanding, just settling in back at home. As once again, Mute, he does veer off towards the left-hand side. Okay. Yes, the Mute. Looks like once again he wants to throw down a fake proxy pylon. Okay. Road moves out, waiting for the pylon. Meanwhile, Rebellion just going for his own probe scouts. And that pylon has been thrown down. Now, this pylon location is interesting. It is on Mute's half of the map. It's on his half of the map, and the Old Republic is one of the larger maps in the map pool. It's not as small as the Old Republic, sorry, it's not as small as Ruby Rock, or 10,000 feet, or Tourmaline. But he does keep the probe here on patrol. Do we commit? Now opening up a double Stalker. Double Adept out of Rebellion. And yeah, one base all in, proxy robo. Okay. Obviously, this is not going to be as effective as a quote-unquote as an actual proxied robo. This is essentially a one base all in from back at home, but Rebellion with the hard counter, he reads this incredibly well. He's going for his own robo back at home, defensive robo against aggressive robo, which means defender's advantage with the equivalent production is going to be better for Rebellion. So when it comes to the builds themselves, Rebellion is in a better position. You can see he's scouting. Rebellion's checking bottom right. Searching for the proxy. Attempts to get across the map. Mute, he scouts the robo. Safety immortals on the way. Mute's going for the War Prism. Now, a couple things are happening here. Mute, he sees the robo. He knows that Rebellion is being very safe, very defensive. But at this point, can Mute transition? Going Prism first means he can just go for gateway aggression, but we'll see. As Mute does catch one of the Adepts. Does get one. Oh, he's supply block. No! That was not the time. The second time this series, papi. Ay, ay, ay. Is supply blocked. Big delay on the Immortal. Not like this. If you recall, this happened on Tourmaline as well. Technically, on Tourmaline, it happened to Rebellion. So, true. On Tourmaline, Rebellion was getting non-stop supply blocks. Meanwhile, here on the Old Republic, it is at Mute's turn. It's Mute's turn to be supply blocked while going for an all-in. Focus epic forward, but again, there's already two defensive immortals. That's why we mentioned that the builds themselves were in favor of Rebellion. Like, he already has two immortals up and running. We have only soon to be one for Mute. Mute is now expanding. He has recognized he cannot kill. But what's scary here is that technically, as the defending player, now you can turn this defense into an offense. Now it's time to move out. And that is why it is difficult to try to expand after a failed all-in. Just because your opponent has so much to work with. Mute pushing into the main. There is a shield battery. But 4 Stalkers, they can one-shot probes. It's 1, 2, 3 probe kills. It's 3, 4 probes. So much economic damage. 5 probes going down. Where's the Immortal? Wait, what? Oh no, it's across the map. No! Do we get a recall? There it is. Okay, it does recall back home. Does recall back. Rebellion has control of the low ground. Remember, he's all in. And he can't force with the ramp. He does. Yeah, massive force field. Zones back the army. That one immortal cannot engage. Another force field once again zoning away. No, the miss rally. Rallies into the army. The prism taking a lot of damage. The sentries want the prism. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. As the prism barely survives. Now, on the one hand, yes, Rebellion, he kills the natural. On the other hand, we can still make muster defense here at the ramp. Muted supply blocked. Muted supply blocked. He moves out with his immortals. Bold move. He's not going to have them at home. The immortals, they abandon the main. They get the hell out of here. And meanwhile, Rebellion shading up the ramp. Going for the kill, going for the main. Muda, he comes back home. It's too late, Pappy. It's too late. He's realized his mistake. He's coming back. Oh, we gotta make up our mind. Where are we going? Where are we going, Pappy? Not like this. And Rebellion, he has done it. He has broken the main. We will have 3 immortals, true. It's gonna be 3 immortals coming in. Bad potential. Oh, there are so many force fields for Rebellion. Speaking of, he locks down the army, zones away some of the stalkers. Nice juggling. And nice juggling here by Mute. Juggles back, saves the immortals. Mute is supply blocked. And Mute defense? Okay. I feel like Rebellion could have kept pressing, but no, Rebellion backs off. He pulls away. He doesn't test his luck here trying to break the main. And does Rebellion expand? Are we gonna macro from here? Is that what's gonna happen? Are we just gonna back off? Take our natural bases and just keep going? Yeah? Okay. Okay. We're gonna take a moment. Now Mute, he is getting another gateway here in the main, so he's getting up to 2 gateways. He's trying to rebuild his production. The prism is being active, but he has to be so careful with his war prism. It's so low. Oh. Mute, calm down. Are we expanding? Mute, he has the money for it. Rebellion does not. Okay, so Rebellion is not expanding. He's committing. Came back to be able to reinforce with those immortals. Just because he has a full wall here. So the immortals, they couldn't rally. Ah, yes. Why take your base when you can get a high yield gas, guys? True. So Rebellion is setting up for the expansion. Meanwhile, so is Mute. So we have a ninja base for both players. Rebellion's is more effective. It does have the high yield gas, but both players want to expand just at unnatural locations. But we'll see if Mute can get there, because this is a terrifying army. There's a lot of sentries, a lot of force fields. Rebellion slowly dropping into the main base. Kate does an elevator in. There's the natural. Mute does scout the base, at the same time getting his own. We're expanding. Now Mute is behind, and when behind, disruptors. He's going into disruptors. Going into that bay. Prism gets out. Remember, Rebellion, he has not scouted the ninja base. He doesn't know. Ooh, and he does force a cancel. Ay, okay. Mute's in this. Like, in my mind, this was a sure thing, but no, if Rebellion fails to defend his natural base, Mute gets up and running. He can recall. He does. Yeah, he recalls over. He saturates his natural. Mute has an economy. Uh-oh. Mute, he can pull this off. He can pull this off. Disruptors are coming. And again, Rebellion, like early on, he was dominating, right? He was breaking the naturals, pushing into the main base, he was taking better fights, better trades, had the larger army. But no, he failed to defend his expansion. And now here comes Mute. Drops into the main. Just going for the pylons. Gets one, gets two. This does supply block Rebellion. Oh no! Oh my god. He does get it. Does snipe another pylon. Bigger supply block. Mute pulls away. Disruptors get spotted. And if these Novas can connect, Mute, he can take this fight. The arm supplies is still close. Mute is getting called out. Oh no! Disruptor goes down for free. Better pick up here for Rebellion. Mute, we gotta lock in. We gotta lock in, Pappy. First Nova's gonna be going up. Oh. And not the best connection, but we have two more Novas left. Better Novas! Oh, they take down most of the Gateway army. And breaks through the gateways. We have, what, 5 Immortals remaining? That's a lot of Immortals! Trying to rotate over, nice force field, zoning back the army. Buying more time, Nova goes up. Oh. Clips an Immortal. Not the best Novas, as they're not connecting. One does towards the end. Yeah, it's still very close, still very clutch, but Mute will take the fight, will take the win. No, Nova connects, gets an Immortal. There's 2 Immortals left, down to 1. 1 Immortal remaining, and Mute has done it. GG gets called. Mute will take the series 3-2, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A crazy series here as we had a back and forth, went all the way to the ace match. In this final game, Rebellion, he was in a better position. Rebellion, he was able to counter and shut down the attempted one base all in, counterattack, kill the natural, push into the main base. He was up, I want to say 15 supply, around 15 army supply. He could have kept going, but he chose to back off and expand, but he could not save the expansion. He was out of position, he got scouted, he was forced to cancel, he was contained on one base, he couldn't keep up economically. And with the boosted economy, what could Mute do? He could afford disruptors. It was a big risk, a big chance to go into the bait, to go into disruptors, but it was well worth it. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Mute for claiming the series, and my condolences to Rebellion as he is out of the tournament. Remember, unlike most OSC Elite Rising Star tournaments, this is single elimination. Single elimination, so 1 life is all you have. Duh. Whew, GG, well played. With that, we are going to be getting into our next series. Remember, we have 6 best of 5s. Oh boy, we have 6 best of 5s. We have wrapped up 2 of them so far, and we're getting into our 3rd. It is going to be another mirror matchup. Oh, un momento. It's going to be another mirror matchup, but this time it's going to be a ZVZ between Eon and MiniZerg. I didn't realize MiniZerg was on Hokkaido T team. Okay. God damn it. But here we go. We're getting into our next series. We're getting into our fresh best of 5, and we're going to be loading into Ruby Rock. Oh boy. Again, two players that have never played against each other before. They're from different regions, different parts of the world. Let's jump in. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Ukrainian Zerg player. The Ukrainian Zerg, we have the very young up-and-comer, the red Zerg player representing Hokkaido T-Team. It is MiniZerg. Shaking my head. These goddamn weebs, they're infecting the youth. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Costa Rican Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing License to Kill LDK. It is Eon. Here we go. Here we go. We have our ZVZ, which is a rare matchup. And is this the first time I'm casting MiniZerg? If you've been following the podcast and online tournaments, MiniZerg, he has been competing for. He's been competing for quite some time, but he recently came on our radar, I want to say last year. Like last year was when MiniZerg had broken into GM and was actually able to take maps and even at times some series against some of the other semi-pro players. So MiniZerg has slowly been improving, so they've been getting better. Infamously, more recently, he did actually excel in Uthermal's 2v2 circuits. If you watch the 2v2 circuit, MiniZerg alongside Defmars did actually make it to, I think, the semi-finals, beating some top pros. Like they did beat some big top pro players in Europe. I want to say, did they beat Lambo? Hold on, let's see. Thermal 2v2 circuits. I think it was the bonus cup, right? Let me just double check. Yes, they beat Euthermal and Goblin, and they beat Zardian and Sickness, and they took a game off of Spirit and Max, who are the best 2v2 team in the world. So again, MiniZerg, he's been excelling when it comes to 2v2s, and again has been steadily improving in 1v1 as well. So he is kind of like the next big young up and comer. I think he's like 15 years old. He's very young from my understanding, very young. Let's see. So he's 18. That's it. 18 years old. So very young. And again, has been improving a lot recently, has been having a lot of potential. He's still, of course, on the way up. Like, he's still, I would say, you know, in the shadows of players like your Shamelesses, your Young Yakovs, your GG Machines, who's kind of like the generation before him, but also ahead of him, if that makes sense. Where GG Machine is younger than MiniZerg, but has better accolades and has been on the rise a lot longer, has been competing for a lot longer. But yeah, MiniZerg, he's like one of the newer, younger faces in the scene. And we'll see how he compares to Eon. We've been focusing a lot on talking about MiniZerg just because, again, I think this is the first time I'm casting him, even though he's been competing for, you know, a year at this point. But Eon has been around a lot longer. Eon is hyper aggressive. For now, we see a standard hatch gas pool, standard opener. But again, Eon is usually going for all ins, and he's very in your face. He can be a very tricky player. You can even see it here, Link Flood. He's going for the Link Flood. We have 16 Links on the way. Eon, he's skipping Baneling Nest. So skipping Banelings, going into Link Flood, into Roach follow-up. This is hyper aggressive, and this is very risky. We'll see if Eon can pull this off. MiniZerg's Baneling Nest is done. Do we have any safety Banelings, though? No defensive Banelings. Yeah, the Banelings are late. He now morphs them in. Eon is coming, and Eon, can he break that third? As the Banelings is still not yet done. Again, MiniZerg, even though he had the Baneling Nest, he chose not to morph in any safety Banelings. They're basically gonna get surrounded. And Eon, can he get a kill? Oh! And he goes off. Does bait out one of the Banelings. Up! Baits out the other. Nice control here from Eon. Baits out both Banelings. Keeps MiniZerg busy. And behind this, remember, he's going into Roaches. Like, Roaches are amassing. Oh, Eon did overextend with one of those Overlords. Barely does save it. Anything past 2000s is very young. What's crazy is that MiniZerg, he's 18 years old. He was born in 2007. Smooch, man. Smooch. He was 3 years old when StarCraft 2 came out. MiniZerg. was it Eva was born in like 2009, right? I think Eva was still in the womb when when StarCraft 2 came out. It's crazy, something crazy like that. Eva. Smurge. As Ian's all in. If I didn't make that clear again, no drones at the third base, under saturation here at the natural, just a straight up Ling Bane Roach all in out of Ian. And as the game goes longer, it's getting better and better for MiniZerg. MiniZerg, he's amassing roaches. He's up by 10 drones. He already has a better economy. Ooh, and Eon, he's accepted he cannot kill MiniZerg. He's droning up. Rough position here. Younger than my oldest kid. Oh, no. I like this. Crazy. Oh, ooh, as Eon, he does smash into some Bailings. He gets caught out, Abby, and here comes MiniZerg. MiniZerg is now suddenly out of control. He has a massive army to work with. He's trickling in there. He has to be careful, as he has to wait for his reinforcements. But again, the Ling run by gets shut down. The third base is safe for MiniZerg. He's still up in workers, up in economy. And MiniZerg is now pushing in. Eon trying to keep up. Oof. And so far so good. He's holding on. MiniZerg taking gases, droning up. Droning up, saturating MiniZerg, he pulls away. Okay, he backs off, and for now we're going to slow some things down here. MiniZerg is still ahead, he still has a comfortable position, he's still droning up his third base. Eon is playing catch-up, for the most part, he's playing catch-up. Now, because Eon is in a worse position, this is where he has to take some risks. We could see something like Muta play, like Lair is finishing up, we could go Lair into Mutas, we could try to rush into earlier Lurkers instead, or even be fancy with Tunneling Claws. But again, Eon, he has to do something here. As Eon, he drones up to 55. MiniZerg was already there. As MiniZerg actually never got an Evo chamber. Oh, okay, so MiniZerg, he's intentionally hiding his roaches. He pulls back his roaches. He's not joining up any further here, intentionally so. MiniZerg is going for a 2.5 base all-in. 2.5 base all-in to punish the failed aggression of Eon. That's why there's no Evo chambers. He's not wasting money on upgrades that won't impact this game. Meanwhile, Eon is, right? Eon, he feels like he has to play catch-up. He feels like he has to cut some corners, so he's going double Evo chamber, double upgrades, and this will not factor in. Because here comes MiniZerg. He's pushing. He's pushing forward. MiniZerg is up 30 supply, 30 army supply. Let's go Ravagers as well. And he can start a step forward. Yeah, from here he can just overwhelm. He doesn't even need the vials. Doesn't even need them. We have a couple of roaches trickling in. We have some wasted DPS here from MiniZerg. But he's fine. Yeah, he's fine. He's still just overwhelmed. Just has a massive army. +1 is going to finish up in 2 seconds. So +1 will finish, but it's too late. It's too little too late. The army has been broken, and MiniZerg, he will overwhelm. He will overwhelm the natural. The third GG gets called, and MiniZerg, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Does take a lead in the series, winding it back again. Eon, he went for the initial all-in. He went for a Ling Flood into Roaches, into a Ling Roach Bane all-in, but unfortunately MiniZerg, he had plenty of Roaches to defend. He shut down the initial Ling aggression. He saved his third base and was able to play it safe back at home as well. GG. Eon, he tried to back off and he tried to drone, but that's when MiniZerg decided to turn up the aggression himself, and instead he cut workers and punished Eon for overreacting or for overcompensating for his lack of economy. GG. Or for his failed all-in. So GG. GG, well played. With that, MiniZerg does take the first game, and now we're going to be loading into White Rabbit for game number 2. Let's go. Eva was born old and jaded. True, true. Ah, no. Esta Eva. As spawning in the top right hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the Ukrainian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Hokago T Team. The newer face in the scene, the young up and comer. It is MiniZerg. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the purple Zerg player, the purple Zerg himself from Costa Rica. It is Eon. Representing team License to Kill. Here we go. So players are going to be opening up. Again, last game it was Eon that did begin with the all-in, and we'll see if he does so again. We shall see. Yeah, I was just checking. So GG Machine was born in 2009. 2009. So it's a weird dynamic where GG Machine is 2 years younger than MiniZerg, but GG Machine has been competing for a lot longer, so he's kind of found himself and has kind of wedged himself into the pro scene a lot earlier, of course. Like at this point, GG Machine, like I would say he's comparable to Yang Yakov. MiniZerg is still getting there. He's playing catch up. Playing catch up. Yeah, I know. But again, he's been doing well. He's doing really well over the past couple of months. Doing well. Hello, Mr. Minthor. Hello. Time for bed, John. Buenas noches, Slojo. Buenas noches. Good night. Good night. Buenas noches. We are going to be live later on tonight with the Rongi Cup. True. With the Rongi Cup playoffs. That'll be later on in the evening. Otherwise, for now, we are making a wave of Lings early on. Eon making a pair of Lings. He already has plenty to work with. Eon is going for a Ling Flood. Okay. All in. Very similar to last game, but Eon, he's going for a Ling Flood. He's going for an all-in early on. He pulls out of gas. This time he's not going for a Roach follow-up. And MiniZerg should be getting a safety Baneling Nest in a couple of seconds. He's got the money for it. MiniZerg key pokes in. Here comes the Baneling Nest. He does, barely not speed the Lings. Uh-oh. Poking into the main. Pokes in. Here comes Ling Flood, spotted by the Overlord. Now he knows. And MiniZerg tries to fully wall off. Cancels the third base. So full wall here. Evo Chamber, Baneling Nest, Roach Horn as well. Second Queen does come down. Again, he's fully walled up, but the first Queen should fall. The Roach Horn as well. And does snipe the Roach Horn. The first Queen does get picked off. Really nice re-wall behind this. The Lings, they cannot quite get in. He's trying. He's running out of steam. Yeah, Eon, he's running out of steam. He's running out of army. As MiniZerg defends. Wow. Very clean defense here by MiniZerg. He lost a Roach Horn. He lost one Queen. That is it, though. He's holding. And he's got 3 Banelings. He's fine. Yeah, MiniZerg, he's perfectly fine here. 1 Baneling connects. Doesn't want to waste them, though. Another Baneling goes up. He has 1 Baneling remaining. Queen goes down. But remember, MiniZerg, he has the higher worker count. He has drones on the side. He has the economy. He has the tech. He has Ling Bane against the pure Ling of Eon. So it got a little bit messy towards the end as he did lose 1 extra Queen. But outside of that, he is perfectly fine. As here comes a counterattack. Remember, Eon, he has 0 gas income. He cannot afford a Baneling Nest. He can't afford it. Banelings to do waddle in. We don't want to waste them. Queen gets surrounded. And now they can make their way into the mineral lines, into the main. We just see Eon instead going for the counterattack, going for the base trade. Let's go. Does go for the counterattack, surrounds the queen. We're getting messy. Yeah, queen goes down at the same time. MiniZerg busts into the main base. You can see here that we're saving those banelings. Doesn't want to waste them. One baneling goes off. And MiniZerg defends. Yeah, he's fine. He's perfectly fine here. Kills every single drone. There's nothing left for Eon. The all-in has failed. The GG gets called, and MiniZerg takes game number 2, taking a 2-0 lead. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Does take the 2-0 lead here. Again, Eon, he has tried multiple times, multiple forms of all-in, and each time they have failed. Once again, a really clean response out of MiniZerg to cancel the third base, to be able to afford a full wall-off, to pump out links behind it as well. And again, just a really calm reaction, getting a secondary wall just to make sure that that second queen didn't get surrounded, and to make sure he could create that choke point, that funnel, to ensure that Eon could not actually get any kind of surround. Couldn't get any momentum. GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting into game number 3, potentially the final game of the series. MiniZerg, he's looking very in shape, he's looking very in control. What kind of all-in do we see this time? As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the red Zerg player, the Ukrainian Zerg, representing Hokago T-Team. It is MiniZerg. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Costa Rican Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team License to Kill. Down in the series, that's a fight back here and now to make a series out of this. It is Eon. Here we go. Oh, okay. MiniZerg going for his own aggression here, going for a 15 pull. Going for the 15 pull instead, so early pull timing. But this might just be pull hatch gas out of MiniZerg. We'll keep an eye on him. This is a much smaller map. We're going to Tourmaline. Tourmaline has a short rush distance by ground. This looks like a hard counter to a 12 pull. So MiniZerg, if he was expecting a 12 pull, he's ready for it. But as we can see, Eon goes hatch first. Yeah, hatch gas pull, standard opener out of Eon. Technically, Eon is going to be in a better position. Eon has the better economy. He's going to have the better economy here. MiniZerg, he's going to have a higher queen count. You can see still no gas, so MiniZerg is going to be stuck at home. He's going for a gasless opener. So very late gas geysers. Because of that, he should be fully walling off the natural and playing 2-base Roach. Technically, you can turn this into 2-base Muta, but again, without any gases, like he has to stay at home, wall up, wall off, and be stuck and contained on 2 bases. He cannot take a third. The reason why he can't take a third base is because he has no link speed, right? He has no link speed. Eon with link speed, he can abuse this position, he can punish, and he can just ensure that MiniZerg never expands. So he is stuck on 2 bases. What he does from 2 bases, though, there's options, right? Whether it's a 2-base Roach all-in, 2-base Roach into a third, or 2-base Muta. As MiniZerg, he moves out with his first set of links. Eon, he pokes in. This is forcing a reaction of Eon, though, forcing out 6 lings. 6 Zerglings forced to pull back the drone. MiniZerg doesn't want to get surrounded. He gets 1 drone. Yeah, 1 drone goes down. Just 1 though. Yeah, only 1 worker for 6 Zerglings. An expensive trade there for MiniZerg. Eon's moving out with his counterattack. MiniZerg now taking gases. Again, as we mentioned before, his goal here should be to fully wall off that natural. And play 2 bases. And he goes to the drones. Nice control by MiniZerg. Oh my god. Nice control by MiniZerg. Pulls away the weakened worker. Defends the natural well. Getting his gases. And here comes the full wall off. Eva Chamber, Roach Warren, Queen's getting in position as well. Eon, ooh, is playing 2 bases alongside him. There's no need. Oof. So basically what's happening here, Eon could have gotten a third, right? There's no reason not to, right? There's nothing to threaten him. There's no link speed. There's no link speed. There's nothing to be aggressive. So Eon could have gotten a third base, could have drawn up heavily and embraced a greater economy. Instead, he's choosing to stay on a lower base count on 2 bases himself, kind of hindering himself here and keeping him within line, within league of MiniZerg. So the advantage that Eon should have isn't really there. He still has one advantage, that is faster +1, I suppose, but yeah, this is an awkward position for our blue Zerg. It's awkward for Eon. As MiniZerg is comfortably just droning up to 2 bases. Comfortably saturating. As a result, he's on a higher worker count. He's on proper 2 base saturation. Eon is still down in workers. Now he takes a third base, but this third is late. So very late third base here for Eon. And I would say that these roaches that Eon is making, I don't know if they can really achieve too much here. Just because MiniZerg, he's done droning, right? He's done droning. Now MiniZerg is also focusing on his roach production with a better economy. Are we going for the all-in? Drop Lord's on the way. Drop Lord outside of the main. Eon is still making roaches. Eon is supply blocked. Ooh, as the overload is going to be denied. And as you mentioned, like, sure, Eon, he has faster +1, but he's not really able to make use of that. MiniZerg going for his own Nidus, actually. Okay, so 2 base Nidus out of MiniZerg. Lings, they get in. That should not have happened. Lings, they somehow slip in. The wall was open. Scouts the Nidus, does force a cancel. And MiniZerg, he just moves out. He's just pushing. And again, he has the larger army. He has the better economy. He has better mining. And he will hit with 1-1. And he can deny the upgrades. Yeah, Eon's out of position. He's behind the wall. Trying to rush through the choke point. Takes a lot of hits as a result. Yeah, takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage here. As with the help of the Queens with the defender's advantage, Eon can maybe pull off this defense. Not even though. Yeah, better concave here for MiniZerg. He does overwhelm the main army. Still getting close. Still getting close as more roaches are trickling in. Eon is holding. Eon, he does barely hold on. He's holding. He's still behind economically. Still down 6 drones. MiniZerg claiming his own third. And now we're joining up. Okay, now we're joining up here. So the push didn't kill, but MiniZerg is still ahead. As he's on 50 drones. Now, there are ways to recover here with run-bys, counterattacks, attempted drop play, which we saw attempted earlier with this Drop Lord. Tunneling Claws, Spire. We'll see if Eon can outposition. Morphing and loading your Drop Lord right in front of your opponent's Overlord is akin to taking your mask off during a bank heist to wave at the camera. That was bold, but that did happen. Yes, he did morph in the Drop Lord within vision of the of MiniZerg. Did happen. Crazy, man, crazy. as the upgrades have evened up. We got 2-1 for MiniZerg, 2-1 for Eon. MiniZerg still has the slight economic advantage, but we might just back off and max out. No one is taking yet. No one has gone into a Hydroden or a Spire. It's still just purely Roach Ravager versus Roach Ravager. I mean, this is the most macro game that we've had so far in the series. It's been non-stop. I mean, to be fair, even this game we hadn't attempted like aggression, attempted all in. Just very low eco throughout the entirety of the series until now. Like, we're actually droning up the third. We're getting there. Minister till sign from the Overlords. At the same time, a couple of roaches, they did peel off into the mineral line. They focus down 6 drones. 6 drones go down in the natural. Nice run by here by MiniZerg. Now we have some tech. Now we have the Hydroden. And again, MiniZerg is maxed. As I mentioned before, he's the first to max out. He supply blocks Eon. Now's the time to trade. So moves in. Oh. Dancing with the army. And kites back well. At the same time, a couple of roaches once again peel off on the right hand side, going for more drone kills. Oh, that's Baza connecting. Baza graves the army. Eon, he's going to be able to hold on. MiniZerg has to pull away. He has to get out of here. He has to pull back. And once again, he's able to pick off some more workers. Eon is down to 43 drones. And what matters here is that because Eon doesn't have enough momentum to keep pushing, it means that MiniZerg is able to afford these trades, Eon less so. You can see Eon has no gas bank, right? He has no gas bank, doing whatever he can to hold on. MiniZerg, he has the freedom to take up to afford Hydras and now Lurkers. Lurkers are going to be a big power spike for Eon, sorry, for MiniZerg, but we'll see if he can get there. And it's counter-attacking, force a cancel. Ooh, kill, not a cancel, not bad. Let's pick up here by Eon. Let's get a kill. Denying the Overseer. Oh, and it is going for the Spire, but this feels late. This feels like a late choice here from Eon. Going for the Spire, going for Mutas. Eon is pushing forward. Now, because we had to invest into Hydras, right now MiniZerg is vulnerable. He's vulnerable here to the push. He needs those Lurkers. Snipes the Overseer with the Biles. Uh-oh. Snipes both Overseers, even one of his own. First Lurkers are moving in. They send back the army. Ooh, as Lurkers are coming from behind. They punish the roaches. Nice dodge there from MiniZerg. Dodge, just pull away. Spire is almost done for Eon. But he hasn't built up a bank. He has no gas. Eon, he has no money for the mutas. Oh gosh. As Lurkers, they once again pull away. Clutch and Fuse, keeping them alive. So we have 4 mutas on the way. is poking forward. Pushing into the concave. Lurkers are not quite in position though. They're across the map. Yeah, Lurkers just walk across the map. This is forcing Eon's hand. Yeah, Eon is all or nothing and he cannot break through. There are just too many defenses, too many roaches, too many ravagers, and in the end, MiniZerg, he will hold. He shuts down the main army. Lurkers are in the main, they're in the natural, everything's on fire. 22 drone kills, and Eon, he is down to what, a half a base economy. There's almost nothing left. He's got his mutas, but he has no detection. No shot. He's got his one overseer here at the natural. Kills 2 lurkers. Oof. Heading into the main. And the lunkers are all over this. Again, MiniZerg, he has done it. GG gets called. MiniZerg, he will claim the series 3-0, taking down Eon and advancing on into the next round. GG. GG, well played. Again, hyper aggression and all-ins out of Eon in game 1 and game 2. Here in game 3, we saw that MiniZerg did go for a 2-base gasless opener. I was surprised to see that Eon also played 2-base. That felt like a bit of a mistake here. Usually against a 2-basing player, you want to take advantage of that and get a faster third and gain a greater economy. But Eon did decide to stay on a lower base count, on a lower economy, and he actually had a worse economy than MiniZerg. He stayed on 3 gases. He had cut workers earlier. MiniZerg able to drone up to 44 drones. I want to say that Eon cut workers at 38 or 39, so he had what, 5-6 less workers than his opponent, and as a result, worse economy, smaller army, and MiniZerg for the most part was in control. With his first push, he failed to kill Eon, that is true, but he still had the better economy to get into a 3rd base, to tech up as well, and for the most part was comfortable. GG, well played. Eon, he tried to go into mutas towards the end, but it was too late. Too little too late to take up into mutas at that point, and with that, MiniZerg does claim the series. Let's go. Let's catch up on the brackets. Just catching up here. The Wikipedia page isn't updated. Are you going to cast the entire tournament, or is this only round of 16 tonight? If you're unfamiliar with the OSC Elite Rising Star tournaments, there's no shot that that's going to be casted today, just because it usually takes around 3 to 4 months. Like the tournament usually does last a couple of months. The reasoning for this is because every game is casted. Every game is casted, and it's usually like in batches of like 5 or 6. And it's on a weekly basis, so again, usually like 3 to 4 months to wrap up the tournament. I think an example of that, let's have a look here. I think an example of that, the OSC Elite Rising Star number 17, this is 17.5, but number 17 lasted just over 2 months. Okay, just over 2 months time is what number 17 lasted. Number 16 lasted 3 months. Yeah, 3 months. So again, expect around like 3 months like per edition. I will say though that this event should be a little bit faster. Once again, if you weren't here for the start of the broadcast, this is the OSC Elite Rising Star number 17.5. Unlike your regular OSC Elite Rising Star tournaments, this is single elimination, not double elimination. So because that should cut down the time it takes to get through the event significantly, right? Usually it takes around 3 months. This might take like maybe 2 months or like 1.5, just because there is no lower brackets. But we have all the initial first round matches. We are now halfway through the broadcast. We wrapped up on 3 matches, and we have 3 more matches left to go. Up next is going to be Hatsu versus Creature, followed by Patches versus MJG, and Ragnar versus Lemon. 3 best of 5s remaining. Again, purely best of 5s here. We just wrapped up with Mute versus Defiance, with Rebellion versus Mute, and MiniZerg versus Eon. Let's go. Let's go. GG was not cool. Yeah, you know what I mean. Game did end. But yes, with that, we're going to be cutting to a break. We're going to be cutting to a break. When we come back, we're going to have Hatsu versus Creature in a ZVP. See you soon. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of the broadcast. Welcome back to the OSC Elite Rising Star number 17.5. This is a unique tournament here that does feature up-and-coming players from all around the world. Let's go. We just wrapped up with the first 3 best of 5s. We have 3 more best of 5s remaining. And up next, we have a best of 5 between Creature and Hatsu. PvZ is going to be coming up next. Game 1 is going to be on Winter Madness. Hatsu is also more of an up-and-coming player, has been very active over the past year, playing in almost every Open Cup, very active and still improving, still climbing through the ranks. Meanwhile, our Protoss player here is a veteran of the scene, a veteran of the region. Creature, I believe, did debut in like 2015, 2014? Been around for a long time, then retired for a couple of years, and recently did return to StarCraft. So welcome back, Creature. He's been back for like 2 years at this point, but did retire for like 4, so it's been a while. But great to see him back, great to see him return, and we'll see how he compares this morning. In the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself. It is a Creature. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the pink Zerg player going for the pool first. 16 pool timing here, 16 pool opener. We do have for the Platinum Heroes, Hatsu. I believe still on the Platinum Heroes. Currently, you can see here in game is not on a team, but Hatsu is from the European region, and I believe this game is being played on NA, so I think it's still on the Platinum Heroes, but we'll find out over time. We'll figure it out. Here we go. Again, 16 pool into a gas, so pool, gas opener, late hatchery, hyper aggression out of Hatsu, and the Probe Scout does confirm. So Creature sees how early the gas is being taken, he sees how early the pool is, and the Creature should be going for a more defensive opener. Does go for the gateway into Cybercore does go for the expand instead. Okay. So still just going for a standard opener. We could be seeing an early Zealot just to be safe and secure. 6lings are on the way. How greedy are we going to be? Creature. Remember, he scouted. Creature scouted what was going on. Creature is aware. Creature is skipping that first Zealot. And it's going to be a very clutch hold here. Lings are coming. The goal for Hatsu should be to focus on the pylon. Now, Creature can pull the boys to defend that pylon, but it looks like Creature wants to skip the Zealot and go straight for the Adept. Again, this is a very greedy opener here. Now he starts this Zealot should have been started long ago. Remember, Creature, he scouted the opener. Never mind, the power of Chrono Boost. Okay, no, it's well timed. I assumed that the Zealot would pop out too late, but no, it's actually perfectly timed. Look at this. Okay. I mean, still does pull the boys. It's still a little bit terrifying. Lacking the confidence, Babby, but again, very nicely timed here. Timed at the second to get here, to warp in, to shut down the Lings, and with that, Creature holds. Creature, he does hold on. Again, still did overreact by pulling all those workers, so some damage was dealt, but overall, this is a better start for Creature. Overall, it's a better start. From here, we do have a Roach follow-up, so it's going to be an all-in. Hatsu's going for a Ling Roach all-in, 0 drones here at the natural base. It's all or nothing for Hatsu. Creature is going for a standard follow-up, going into a Stargate, into an Oracle, into a Scout across the map, but for the time being, Creature is in the dark. Usually in this game, at this point in the game, the Adepts would be moving out to Scout, right? The Adepts would be across the map to Scout to confirm what's going on, but because of the early Ling aggression, Creature is stuck at home, and this move out for the Adepts is very delayed. Very delayed. But Creature spots the Roach, as he knows. Yeah, it does spot the Roach. Shield battery's already done. The Stalker's being chronoed as we speak. The Oracle is on the way. Creature's getting ready. Getting ready for the defense. Roaches are going for the Zealot, but again, that shield battery putting in a lot of work. Oh no! Oof. Zealot gets surrounded. Yeah, a bit of an A move there from Creature. But Zealot is surrounded, first Adept goes down, and Hatsu does get on top of the Stalker. Stalker does barely go down, the boys are being pulled, the first Oracle has arrived. Remember, the Oracle is heavily reliant on energy, and the Roaches, they bust in. Roaches, they break on through. 7 probes go down, and down goes that shield battery. And Hatsu, There's no warp gate. Yeah, there's no warp gate. There's nothing else to defend. There is a Void Ray on the way. The Void Ray will eventually clean this up. But is this too much damage? That's going to be 8 probes. Hatzel now busting into the main. Now does bust in. Also, I do apologize if you forget the predictions. Well, we depower. Stargate gets depowered. We have another pylon on the way. The Void Ray again will eventually pop out, but so many probes are going down. This is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand, getting out of control. Takes down the pylon, depowers everything. And how many workers will survive this? Creature does actually warp in some adepts though. Okay, 2 adepts do warp in. Creature holds a natural. Yeah, the natural will be defended. Oof. Very messy defense here by Creature as he bleeds out so many workers. But Creature is holding. Yeah, Creature down to 8. Down to 8 probes at the same time. Hatsu is on 15 drones. Almost a 1-base saturation. But this Void Ray is going to get a lot of free damage. True. Hunting down Overlords, hunting down Lings. Again, free damage here for Creature. Free damage. The Lings, they break down the front door. They bust down that front door. They go into the mineral line once again, getting another probe. Getting, another 3 probe kills. Now, have we seen a Protoss player come back from this? Yes, multiple times actually. Like, again, we've been casting StarCraft for a long time. I'm still thinking about Ender versus Starduck. I want to say Starduck went down to, was it 3 probes? He went down to 3 workers. And what did Starduck do? Starduck, he had, I want to say 2 Void Rays. He counterattacked and he was able to kill Ender. Like that's that was at the pro level as well. Like that was a couple of years ago. So we have seen that before. But Starduck, he had multiple Void Rays. Here only one Void Ray. So with only, like, again, imagine if if Creature had 2-3 Void Rays, could counterattack, could kill a queen, and then cripple the economy, right? It's like at the moment there's only 1 queen to defend, so could even get in position to kill the hatchery even as well. But there's only 1 Void Ray, so Creature can't really counterattack. Things they get 1 more probe kill. See, this is before Starduck was taken away from us by KS2. Smirch. Back when he was the rising star of OCE. But again, Creature is on 2 bases. On 2 next side, he's rebuilding his probes. Hatsu is now droning. Hatsu has very little tech to work with. So Creature is still very much so in this game. Creature went down to 5 workers. Went down to 5 probes, and now it's already up to 15. Again, Creature is recovering. That's the scary thing here, just because of the tech that was left over and because of the 2 bases. So Creature, I would say at this point, is in a better position, actually. Just because Hatsu's not droning. Like, Hatsu, yeah, the drones are a little bit late. Is rushing into a very fast lair. This is a little bit perplexing. Really fast lair here by Hatsu, whereas we could otherwise make use of more drones and more queens. And we'll see what the lair is going to be used for. Based on the attempted all-in, this might even be for a Nidus Worm, right? We might try, but there's nothing to Nidus. Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced on the lair here. Like, in this kind of game state, like, this is a lot of money. It's a lot of money being spent on this. And, of course, production time. Could have been 1 extra queen. As overlords are being hunted down. As the Void Ray does hit the natural. Again, pokes in. Hatsu going to be going for... I mean, now we see the purpose of the lair is going into Hydras. But it's going to be a tough defense here. As they shade into the main. They shade into the main base. Drone's going to be going down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, it gets 3 drones and eyes mining in the main base. Going to Clave, that's behind this as well. And this is getting out of hand. Again, Hatsu did amazing when it came to curbing the economy, but Creature was left on 5 workers. Like, that's... that's too much, Pappy. That's too much. Station trap into the natural. Massive connection covering most of the workers, most of the economy. And as we mentioned before, Creature is ahead. Like, Creature is ahead economically. Has a stronger eco. And he's looking to outscale. Yeah, going for that gateway explosion. Building up into mass adepts. Five worker proto slippery. I mean, it's one of those things where Creature was left with 5 workers, yes, but he had 2 bases, right? He had 2 Nexi. As I mentioned before, Hatsu rushing into the lair was an odd choice because that was a lot of resources early on, when really we need to do everything to drone up, to saturate, to get a 3rd base, to build up more queens. Right now, yes, we have Hydra upgrades on the way, but we don't really have the economy to sustain Hydra production right now. Making 5 Hydras. Creature, meanwhile, just chilling. Getting into a 3rd. Building on mass adepts. And Hatsu was so close, so close. Ay, ay, ay. But that lead that Hatsu once had, not quite there anymore. I stuck with Ling Hydra. I didn't really get to emphasize the composition that we're going for here, but Ling Hydra melts and crumbles against mass adepts. Adepts, they're quite fun against this kind of composition. What do we need against adepts? Banelings, roaches, one or the other. Mass Ling Hydra can excel, I suppose, but in this low enough numbers, adepts, they dominate. Yeah, Hydras are getting picked up. Adepts taking kite against seedlings. As they attempt this around. Oof. Yeah, more Hydras getting picked off. Ay, ay, ay. That's what, 5 Hydras going down. 6. And a queen. And remember, we're not done. We have more depths. More depths are shading in as well. Hatsu being torn apart. Adepts are in the main. They're in the natural. As I'm sure Creature's very happy to see just purely Ling Hydra to defend. And this is becoming critical damage. 12 drone kills. And Creature's still not yet done. We have more adepts. They're coming. The adepts are coming. Hatsu's all in. Hatsu has had enough defending. Just rushing across the map. Mass Ling, Mass Roach. Rallying across. More Hydras getting caught. Oof. Let's say breakthrough. And Creature, I believe, isn't really teching behind this either. Yeah, there's no further tech. Like, there's no setup into Colossus or Archons or Storm. It's still just warping in mass adepts. That's a lot of adepts. We have 16 adepts against 12 Hydras. Oof. As Creature does focus on 17 more drones. Shading into the natural. 18, 19, 20, 21. 20. 20 drone kills. We're playing like it's 2016, baby. Or even just current year, true. That's just... it's mass adepts. As there's no support for the Hydras, that upstate Shade on top of the army. They collapse on the Hydras, GG gets called, and Creature takes game number 1. Whew, GG, well played. A very impressive game here by Creature. Bearing in mind, Creature went down to 5 probes, by the way. Went down to 5 workers against 15 drones of Hatsu. But as we mentioned, Hatsu's follow-up after the all-in, after the damage was dealt, was lacking. Hatsu had a hard time droning, did decide to go for the faster lair, did decide to tech up, when really the main focus needs to be to drone, to saturate, and to get a 3rd base, which never did pop up. Bearing in mind that because the Stargate was depowered, there was only 1 Void Ray, so Hatsu could expand, could take a 3rd, and could be able to maintain that 3rd base as well and build up in towards a greater mid game, but instead did decide to stay on a low base count, low economy, and a high tech instead, which Hatsu couldn't quite afford either. So that gave the opportunity for Creature to build up, to mass up, and to overwhelm. GG, well played. Again, the all-in itself was solid, but it was the follow-up that was lacking for Hatsu. But here we go. We're going to be loading into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Ruby Rock. Let's go. We go. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss himself. We have the American Protoss leading the series 1-0. It is a Creature. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the pink Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Hatsu. Here we go. As a reminder, last game we did see a 16 pull timing, 16 pull into gas into a later hatchery out of Hatsu in towards the initial all-in, the initial Link Flood with Roach Rush. This time, what do we go for? Eyes are on Hatsu. And again, the initial all-in was solid. Like, the initial all-in did break the natural. You could argue that maybe Creature was overly confident in that defense. True, I would say that as well. But Hatsu was able to break through the natural, cripple the economy. But again, the follow-up is where we were lacking. Seeing the chat, a weird discussion about Eon and MiniZerg and MMR. I think I see Thorn bring up MMR a decent amount, and maybe some other people as well. I would say that that's like it's probably a negative thing to do, just because I think it happens. I would say the same thing about people that are overly reliant on Eligulac. When it comes to MMR, when it comes to trying to look up players' accounts, it's very common for players to have alternate accounts and to play on barcodes, and I wouldn't necessarily rely or put too much weight on their MMR stated on something like SC2 Pulse. I don't think that is something that you want to rely too heavily on when it comes to formulating an opinion. I think it's maybe something that you can use a little bit, but it's probably something you don't want to fixate on. Same thing with Eligulac as well. Eligulac is like a tool that you can use, but if you focus on it too much, it can give you like false information, or it can like kind of lead you astray. So do kind of be careful about that, about trying to like make arguments a little bit too heavily reliant on something like MMR or something like Eligulac. Just be aware. Be aware. As we are getting into our next game. And once again, we are committing into an early Link Flood. Okay. Now, a couple of things here. Link speed. Link speed is on the way. And more importantly, Hatsu doesn't pull out of gas. You can see here, Hatsu does not pull out of gas here, is staying in. Well, I think an example of like the MR thing as well is that Hatsu is very much so the underdog in this series. I want to say there's like maybe over 1,000 MR difference between Hatsu and Creature. And Hatsu almost won that last game. like that's like an example of that, right? Where again, Hatsu is like again is definitely more of an amateur player, and almost took that game then and there. But here we go. Is the Link Flood. Now, once again, we were focusing on the continued gas income. From here, we can go into a Baliness, we can go into a Roach Warren. Typically, you'll not be mining gas like this unless you mean to make use of it. And oh, we're going for the lair. Okay. Huh. Are we going for Dropper Lords? Like, I'm just trying to think here, because we have no second gas geyser, and we have no drones either. So no drones, no second gas. The Link Flood is coming. We do see a full wall up here by Creature. First Stalker is going to go down, takes down the Stalker. There's one Overlord on the right, but there's no Overlord in position on the left-hand side. So what's the lair for? Oh, he canceled. Never mind. Cancellation on the lair. Maybe it was a bit of a mistake staying in gas here, but again, the gas is not going to be influential. First gateway goes down, but we do have a full wall here. The Oracle goes ham, and Creature's perfectly fine. Yeah, as opposed to last game, this time the wall is solid. It's a little bit messy. We got 2 Zyber cores. We have a little bit of a messy wall here. But Creature is going to be able to defend. And again, there's no drones. Remember, there's no drones, there's no saturation, there's nothing behind this. Nothing behind this. And we're running our steam. We're running our steam. Game 1 may have been close, but here game 2 a much more donut defense. GG gets called, and Creature takes game number 2. Whew, GG. Creature extends his lead in the series. Again, this was a bit of a more awkward, a bit of a more messy build out of Hatsu. Game 1, again, everything was working well, but here in game 2, we were still mining gas. We were opting to go for a lair, which I was really perplexed by. In my mind, the only thing that would make sense there would have been something like Dropper Lords, just to bypass the wall. But again, there were no overlords in position, and we saw a cancellation of the lair. So I'm curious what the plan was, whether there was plans or intentions to go into something further, to tech up into something further, or something else, like a Nidus Swarm, for example. But in the end, Hatsu committed with the Link Flood. This time Creature had a full wall. Last time there was a bit of a gap. Last time there was a Zealots in position with a gap behind it. This time full wall with buildings. GG well played, was able to defend, was able to shut that down. And now we're going to be loading into game number 3. And we've seen 2 all-ins in a row here from Hatsu. Game 1 and game 2. Do we have another all-in here, another early game aggression out of Hatsu? Let's find out. Let's go. Going to be loading into the Old Republic, one of the larger maps of the map pool. One of the larger maps. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the American Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss leading the series 2-0. It is a Creature. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Pink Zerg player. The Pink Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Hatsu. And welcome to the Old Republic. This is one of the larger maps in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, at least compared to maps like Tourmaline or Ruby Rock, for example. So we'll see if we go for another early pool, early gas. Do we have another different kind of all-in in store? Bearing in mind that it was a different kind of all-in, right? Game 1, we had a rush into roaches with a Ling Roach all-in. Game 2 was just purely a Ling Flood. Game 3, hatch first. Okay. I think for the first time this series, I'm not quite entirely sure of the build of last game. I wasn't, unfortunately, I was a little bit distracted, but this time it is going to be hatch first out of Hatsu. Do we go for an economic build this time? Hatch gas pool. Okay. Let's go. Hatch gas pool. We're calming down. And do we get some macro out of our 2 players? Let's go. We're here for it. Job only work if your opponent watches them morph in. True. Here again, we are just going to be joining up, going to be saturating, and we'll see how Hatsu does actually build up into a longer macro game. In position for a 3rd expansion as well. Now, from my recollection, we have seen a decent chunk of Hatsu rushing to Hive in games past and series past. Going to Hive Tech, or maybe being heavily reliant on Roach Ravager in the mid game. So we'll see, as it's been a while since I've seen Hatsu macro, I'll be honest. It's been months. It's been months. As Hatsu is known for being hyper cheesy and hyper aggressive, as you've seen in the series. I think the last time I saw Hatsu macro was when Hatsu was playing in the Beast of the Hill tournaments, in the Beast of the Hill matches. If you remember, it was it Patches? I think Patches was hosting some Beast of the Hills, which is like 8-player FFA, like center control points. Like it was, it was crazy, man. It was crazy. And it was an in-house Platinum Heroes tournament. That's it. It was in-house to Platinum Heroes. That was what, like in June of last year. That was they were fun though. They were fun. If you haven't seen it, haven't heard of it, hello drone, class roaches. If you haven't seen it, haven't heard of it, I do recommend it. It was a mod where, again, it's like 8-player FFA, but there are control points and zombies, like neutral zombies, like spawn in every like minute or so, and they attack everyone. Like they it's crazy. It's crazy. A lot of fun. The control point forces them to engage, and then the zombies also like kind of, you know, help deal with like turtling players and stuff like that. Interesting mod. As Creature breaks in, gets 3 drones, pulls away. Again, this was a, I want to say 320, like 320 Roach Warren timing here from Hatsu, so very, very early Roach Warren is hidden behind the main base, and there's a high chance that Hatsu may not even drone up the third. Again, there's typically not much reason to get a Roach Warren this quickly, unless you mean to make use of them. So we'll see. Meanwhile, Stargate Oracle in towards a third base. So the Oracles, they find some free damage here at the third. 2 drones going down. They spot the Roaches as well. And we're getting some mixed signals here. Hatsu is droning, but also making roaches, but also droning. Like we're a little bit cut down the middle here. Again, because the Roach Warren is so early and so quick, this should be for an all-in, but Creature just saw the roaches. Creature knows. Creature knows that the Roach Warren is done, and Creature knows something is wrong. And as you can see here, only 1 drone. Okay, only 1 drone, so it is going to be an all-in. So 2 base all-in. 2 base all-in out of Hatsu, or really 1.5 bases. As you can see here, we're undersaturated in the main base. We have no extra gases, no lair, no intention for a longer game. So pure all-in by Hatsu. Adepts, they do confirm. They find a free Ravager. Oof. Yeah, brutal body blocking there. The Ravager goes down. Ay, ay, ay. The Ravager does fall. Oracles, they catch out the roaches. And Hatsu already running out of steam. That's what? How many roaches have gone down? 5. Oh, 4 roaches and 1 Ravager. There's only 2 roaches left, by the way. There's that was the backbone of the army. So a rough start for Hatsu. A very rough start. Ravager gets started down. Lings are trickling in. And yeah, this all-in is falling on its face. It just ran out of steam too quickly. Losing those 4 roaches in the center was brutal. Which I imagine were meant to be Ravagers, by the way. Or meant to become Ravagers. And the Creature holds. That Creature's perfectly fine. Lings, they collapse in. We got shield batteries, we got oracles, we got lasers from the skies. GG gets called, and Creature will take the series 3-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Creature will claim the series. Again, game 1 was very close and very clutch. Game 1 was very intense, but game 2 and game 3 a lot more one-sided. Creature, once he got an idea of how Hatsu was playing, was able to just play it safe, play cool, calm, and collected, and just shut down the all-ins time and time and time again. It was a little bit unfortunate here for Hatsu, as Hatsu was going for a Ling Roach all-in, but got caught out in the center and lost 4 roaches and 1 Ravager before the all-in began. And I'm pretty sure those roaches were meant to eventually morph into Ravagers for a Ling Ravager all-in to break the third, which could have had a little potential, but again, the wind was taken out of the sails very early, very quickly, early on. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations here to Creature, and with that, we are now moving on to our 4th series of the broadcast. Sorry, to our 5th series. fifth series. Up next is going to be we just spoke about him, is going to be a best of 5 between Patches and MJG. Patches, as I was mentioning before, has been running a lot of tournaments, whether it's Fun, Beast of the Hills, or even the Patches Patch Clash as well. Is very often a streamer, and we'll see how he competes. I'll be honest, I don't think I've casted Patches before, or maybe once. Maybe I've casted Patches like once or twice. So we'll see how Patches does compare to MJG. Let's go. Let us go. MJG, of course, is a Protoss player from the UK. Is a supporter and a regular in the chat as well. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the red Protoss player from the land of England, the UK. It is MJG. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Terran. The American Terran player, we have the purple Terran. For the Platinum Heroes, it is Patches. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. I'll be honest, I'm not really too certain who to favor here. From my understanding, they're both around like M2, like they're both around Masters level. They're both relatively close in skill, and I don't think they've ever played against each other. Because we have one from the Americas and one from Europe, they're not really from the same region. They don't clash often at all, and yeah, this might be a first. Likewise, I don't think I've casted MJG either. We have seen MJG on the bracket of Epic Lands, like a lot of Epic Lands, for example, and regional events in the UK. So we'll see how they compare. As Patches does move in. Does get a full scout. MJG going for the going for the proxy again. I don't think I've ever casted MJG before, or even maybe in Patch. Like I think maybe I've casted Patches once. Maybe Patches going for a 2-Rax Reaper opener. Double gases have been taken, so 2-Rax Reaper up against the proxy of MJG. Okay, let's go. Patches a 5k player. I think around that, maybe like around 5k, like maybe 4.8, 4.9, 5k ish, like around that region. But here we go. Robo is on the way. Going for the proxy Immortals. Patches is committing into one base play, going double racks into a factory before expanding. Jesus. Does peel off our right hand side, does confirm that we are missing some pylons, and does get eyes on the proxy. So Patches does find the Robo, does confirm, and we'll see if we can shut it down as we have more Reapers on the way. Meanwhile, a big shout to Bomioja, papi, Bomioja, papi, ¿qué tal, cómo estás? Bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos. Hope you had a great stream, hope you had a great ladder session, hope you had a great time. I did see that you were having like a therapy session, question mark? You were having a therapy session with the ladder? You were smurging. Something along those lines. It was a crazy title, but it was great. It was but I hope you're taking care. Much love, like much love. Meanwhile, welcome one and all to the OSC Elite Rising Star tournament. Again, there's a fresh best of 5. We're jumping to game 1, and we do have the initial proxy being found. Now going for the pylon. The pylon is getting low. The Immortal is almost out. Yeah, the Stalker does arrive in time, and MJG will defend the Robo. The Immortal spawns in. The Immortal does spawn in. Catching out the Marine. Likewise, Patches, he had enough time here to get his bunker up and running. He's got his bunker, his tank is on the way. So double wait, what? Double factory as a follow-up to the double racks. What's going on? Okay. Is Patches a mech enjoyer? Again, I don't get to cast him often. Maybe this is standard for Patches. One base mech. Let's go, Fire. Let's go. Going tank into Cyclone. Meanwhile, the Reapers at abandon the main. They're going across the map. Back at home, there is a shield battery. There's a battery to defend. Immortal gets behind the mineral line. And gets behind the mineral line, picking off a couple of ACVs. See in the chats, Patches have been known to make it happen from time to time. Oh, okay. Against Protoss? He mechs it up against Pro. Oh, no. Okay. He's a Gumiho enjoyer. True, true. Ay, ay, ay. That's going to be built up to 2, soon to be 3 immortals. Third immortals on the way. Prism getting low. Is there world? Can Patches lock down that Prism? He's up to 2 Cyclones. He's hunting. Up! He gets it! One more volley. One more. He does snipe the Prism. Not bad. Prism goes down. No high ground vision. MJG, he does commits. Does try to commit in. The bunker does go down. But MJG bleeds out all his gateway units. Now we can lock onto the Immortals. The Immortals have to pull away. At the same time, Reapers are still in the main. Shield Buddy running out of energy. So far, killing 5. So 5 probes that go down. Prism has to be rebuilt. So Patches is holding, Patches defending at the same time, though. That's a lot of Immortals. It's going to be 3 Immortals here for the Protoss. This tank also feels a little bit too far back. He isn't quite covering the ramp. But he's got his first tank. Now getting up to 3 tanks. Jesus. Yo, I'm getting TY flashbacks. Do you do you remember the clip where like TY is maxed out with like tank like Hellbat Cyclone, and then the Protoss just A moves in and oh god, I'm ready. Have take him into the shade. Immortals, you're up on top of the first tank. Yeah, first tank is gonna go down. We get the mass on siege. And it gets one, now going for the other. Yeah, Patches caught on siege, gonna try to re-siege. Getting back into the main. Does shut down the Adepts at least, okay. Takes down the Adepts, nice control, saves both Immortals. Oh, the juggling, no. Juggles back. But Patches, he's holding. Oh, the Prism. It doesn't get the lock on. Yeah, lock on is broken. MJG is holding on, keeping 2 Immortals alive. Yo, we're getting into Macville accelerators. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, as Patches down to 7 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. Yo, I don't realize how heavily reliant I am on like WCS Game Hard. He has Patches, he has no economy. Now diving on top of the tanks, there's nothing to support, and MJG has done it. Every tank will go down. GG gets called, and MJG will take game number 1. GG. What the hell did we just watch? 1 base proxy robo immortal against 1 base mech of all things. Ay, ay, ay. Again, those potential Patches, he had some moments, of course. Sniping the War Prism was huge. Unfortunately, he had a really rough position when it came to the secondary defense. When he did go for the mass on siege, he unsieged all 3 tanks, then tried to re-siege. A lot of wasted DPS. I understand the reasoning for it. He didn't want to force any friendly fire because the Adept shaded in. But there were other targets. We could have seen some manual targeting on some of the Immortals instead, maybe. But alas, he was broken nonetheless. GG. GG, well played. In the end, MJG does take the lead in the series, but now we're going to be loading into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Getting into game 2. I'm ready for more of this, by the way. Let's go. Not familiar with him as a player, but I saw him streaming once a while ago. Yeah, Patches, he streams quite regularly. Maybe not this year, but I'm streaming quite a bit. But here we go, spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tourmaline. We have the red Protoss player. We have the player from the UK leading the series 1-0. It is MJG. And spawning in the top right-hand corner. So right-hand corner here of Tourmaline, we have the American Terran player. We have the purple Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Patches. Let's go. Let us go, as once again MJG does veer off with that probe. And are we going for another proxy robo? Are we? The probe is getting in position, baby. Ah, it's a clown fiesta. Are we sure that MJG isn't from the Americas? Are we? Oh god. Show us what you got. There it is. The pylon is going to be thrown down. Patch is moving in with the SCV scouts. And I'm getting some deja vu here. Mirrored builds. Remember, last game, MJG went for proxy Robo. There's no Cybercore yet, by the way, but we're setting up for a proxy nonetheless. For OSC Gateway, I would imagine. So different kind of proxy, but Patches, once again, 2 games in a row, going to ranks Reaper. We'll see if we can find some more success this time. Let's go. But we have our gateways. Reapers are amassing. MJG does not go further into the main base. He does not see the second racks. But he does get eyes on the second gas geyser. And this should be favoring Patches. MJG is going to be hyper aggressive. He's going to be rallying across the map with his first Zealots. He's going to be reinforcing with Stalkers, with Adepts. The goal typically here is to delay the economy and maybe even force a cancel on the CC. But there is no CC because we have a factory as well. It's one base. It's one base player to Patches. So this initial build that's meant to cripple the economy, I mean, there's no economy to cripple. So as MJG kind of trickles in with his gateway units, I feel like Patches can take advantage of that. So we'll see. Comes down to the engage, comes down to the control. MJG, he checks for the CC. Gets a couple of free shots off. 2 shots on the Reaper. As Patches collapsing on that Stalker. His Reapers are getting low. Does pull away in time. Oh no! Ooh. Okay, does pull back and does snipe the first Stalker. Very nice. Ooh, does trade. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there. Does a trade out one of his Reapers. But again, he's holding on. He does have the full wall. Clutch wall off there from Patches. Oh. Has to be so careful. Yeah, pulls away the Reapers. Zones back the army. We have a Stargate follow-up out of MJG. Okay. Going for the Stargate. But again, Patches, he's going for a one base, just a one base all-in. A 2-on-1 setup here. Getting into Cyclones. Into Banshee? I just realized that's a tech lab on the starport as well. Setting up for Banshee play here as well. MJG is also being very tech heavy, going Stargate into Twilight Council. This is all off of one gateway. Like, I'm sorry, I get technically 2 gates, I suppose. But again, very tech heavy back at home. Patches, he moves out. He's got his first Cyclone. And there's only one Stalker. Stalker's going to be focused down. The Oracle comes in. Diving on the Cyclone. And the Cyclone will fall. Okay. Cyclone gets cleaned up. We're getting messy, Pat. We're getting messy. We do have a charge opener here, or charge follow-up out of MJG. I do like this a little more than Blink. This is going to be more ideal against a very heavy kind of charge base, very heavy bio tank based composition. We see it's going to be bio Cyclone with Banshee support as well. We're getting into Magfield accelerators. Jesus. Committing into the all-in. But again, I feel like charge will be more ideal against this. I'm not entirely convinced. I'm not convinced by this build from Patches. But we'll see. I mean, I suppose technically nothing shoots up, I suppose. There we go, Patches, he moves out. He expands behind this like a very late natural, but hey, he's expanding, I suppose. Can we macro out of this? Can we? It's so late. Okay. Sure. Charge will be done in time. It's finishing up in a couple of seconds. There's a chrono. And remember, these are stimulus Marines. They're vanilla. Yeah, Patches, you have to get the hell out of here. He cannot take this fight. Not against mass charge lots. He's got to get out of here. And he's going to lose everything. Every Marine will go down. And there's nothing here. We have one tank, we have one cyclone, it's all stuck on the low ground. Oh, he's trapped, he cannot get away. Yeah, with that MJG he's just gonna snowball out of control, busting into the main. Again, a quirky one base all in here from Patches. He tried to expand, tried to macro out of this, but GG gets called, and MJG will take game number 2, taking a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played. I wasn't opposed to the opener. I'm referring to the 2x Reaper. Like, I would say that Patches, he defended quite well against the early gateway aggression, but he doubled down. He doubled down going into Cyclone and Banshee play as well. The problem that I find with that is just, it's very intensive when it comes to your resources. You're getting Cloak, you're getting Macfield accelerators, you're getting into Cyclone production, getting into Banshee production, all on one base. And because that takes quite some time to really get going, you're waiting for the upgrades, you're, I guess, focusing on harassing more than anything. There was only one Cyclone as well, so it was yeah, it was a little bit of a messy kind of follow-up there from Patches. In the end, GG. GG, well played. It just takes so long to really get going, it feels. And with that, we're now getting into game 3. Remember, this is the best of 5. Best of 5. We're getting into game 3. MJG is up 2-0. And now we're going to be loading into Winter Madness. Let's go. This morning, in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss. We have the red Protoss from the land of the UK, leading the series 2-0. It is MJG. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the purple Terran player, the purple Terran himself from the US of A, representing the Planet of Heroes. It is Patches. Let's go. Oh, we're proxying again, are we? I mean, game 1 we had proxy robo, game 2 we had proxy gateway, game 3 do we proxy at all? Let's go. MJG does move out. Oh, we're going for the cannon. I guess we're cannon proxying. Cannon rush is on the way. Forge gets thrown down. We have seen some successful cannon rushes. You know, someone link Prince versus Maru, I guess, like what in GSL a couple of years ago. It happens. It happens. There we go. The pylons are going to be thrown down. I said a couple of years ago. Well, that would have been 2020. I just. How long, 2019? How long ago was that? Smurge. But there we go. Cannon's being thrown down here on the low ground. An interesting setup here as he can't really threaten too much. Patches does get the full wall off. And MJG fails to get into the main. He does not get in. The RG on the SCV saves the worker. They'll pull back, they'll save the SCV. Bunkers being thrown down, second racks behind this. And sure, these cannons can open up the ramp, but I don't see MJG setting up in the main. He's now taking his second gas geyser. Like, are we committing here to a proxy on the low ground? Getting a cyber core back at home. Now there's no high ground vision, so this is just free damage. Like, what's the what's the goal here? Where are we going? Gets a cannon, takes out one. Now can go for the other. I mean, the Zealot does provide some vision here. True, some. Oof. Yeah, the pylon is going to fall. I believe that will depower this cannon. I think it's a little bit too far away from that second pylon. And behind this, Patch is getting to his factory. We are committing. Going for the proxy Stargate. Aye, aye, aye. Now, thankfully for MJG, the follow-up here is a little bit messy. Like, there's no, say, early tech lab for an add-on swap into early, like, tank or early cyclone. It's going to take a little bit longer here for Patches to break out of his main. But I don't really see MJG making anything too threatening here. What's he gonna make a Void Ray? And just be stuck back? Ooh, as Patch is tempted to pull the boys. Calm down, Bobby, calm down. Yeah, Void Ray's on the way. Patch is getting to Mechville accelerators. '2020 was last year, totally. True, true. As we're attempting to proxy Tempest. Fleet beacons on the way. It feels like this is just going to take too long to get going. But at the same time, there's no tank. Cyclone does get a lock on. This cannon will go down. Void Ray tries to respond. Breaks the lock on, okay. Let's break the lock on. Again, without tanks, it will take quite some time to break through all these cannons. So I'm now getting a little bit more concerned for Patches. Instead of going for the drop, okay. Let's go. Yeah, but there are 2 cannons and a shield battery back at home to defend. MJG set up back at home. We have a brutal supply block here. We might be able to cool down supply. It's not ideal, but not like this. As Patches, he does drop across the map, but again, there's a cannon in position. Cannon defends. We can wedge ourselves here behind the mineral line though. Okay, nice positioning. Gets behind the mineral line. We'll be able to deny mining. Cannons that are within range. And remember, there's no warp gates, right? There is no warp gates. Ooh, probes are going down. There's recall back home. Does recall. There's now 2 Tempest. That's going to be 15 probes falling. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, critical economic damage. Patches he's in this. Tempest, they're just chilling. Snipes the forge. No more cannons. Getting another worker back at home. Our macro's kind of getting up there. The CC thankfully will break that supply block. Yo, can he get the cyber core? Can we deny warp gate? He can. The cyber core. Boys are being pulled. He's trying to save it. We'll lose even more workers. That's gonna be an extra 4 probes going down. The man with gun is too good. The man with gun takes down the cyber core. Doesn't deny warp gate. Patches he already wanted. We're down to 3 probes, 3 mining workers. Now we have already seen a Protoss player come back with a 5 worker with a 5 worker economy here tonight. So that's true. That has already happened. It's already happened. But now we're down to 3. Like, I mean, Tempests are good. Are they that good though? Tempests are poking in. 1 cyclone does fall. Oof. Vikings are amassing. Patches getting his ninja base. As the Tempest, they do manage to soften up the army. Was catching one of the cyclones. Casito, casito. Ideally, Patches does want to lure the Tempest out into the open, out into his main. Wants to lure him further in. Then he can pounce. As one Viking falls. Void Rage checking for another expansion. Ooh, as we're bleeding out more Vikings. Tempest, they pick up a Viking, they pick up a Cyclone. If MGG can find that base, he can knock it down. Oh no! Oh, we're out of energy. Yeah, out of energy on the shield batteries. One Tempest finally falls down to two Tempest. Two Tempest left. MJG, he barely does not scout. He does see the mule. He saw the mule, but it may not matter. Even if he killed the space, it may not matter. Still on patrol. Together, only two Tempests left. I'm sure Patches, I'm sure he's so tempted to just go for the dive. But he's got to respect the cannons. He's got to respect it.
SCV ready.
As MJG is back up to 11 probes. Bearing in mind that Patches, he's not as ahead economically here. He is oversaturated in the main. Yeah, there's only two SCVs here at the ninja base. Ooh, as he's about to reveal his hand. Drops down the SCVs, now diving on the Tempest. Let's go, he gets it! One Tempest goes down, and it will get the other as well. Yeah, both Tempests should fall. One more volley. Up, up. Oh my god, it barely does. Takes down all the Tempest. The boys are dropped. There's only one Void remaining. And Patches, he can break out. As the base is found in Patches, he can finally shut down the Void Ray. We have a series, Pappy. We have a series. Let's go. It's not going to be 3-0. Void Ray goes down. What is there left? There's one Tempest. There's two Stalkers. I mean, the Viking count was reset. True. So diving for the Tempest is going to be difficult. But again, Patches now has a saturated base. Right now he's on two bases. Now he has saturation. Again, imagine if MJG didn't go down to 3 workers. Imagine if he went down to 5. That would have been game. Like that was. And he would have MJG. He would have taken it from there, Pat. True. We've seen it. As Patches, he breaks out, so takes down some of the cannons. At the same time, he's going to be losing all the SCVs here at his pocket, or at his ninja base. Every SCV goes down, but Patches, he has an army. He breaks out, gets over the production. And GG gets called. Patches, he does take a game. He does fight back, does put a point on the board. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Yeah, again, MJG, his initial cannon rush was a little bit odd. He wasn't really able to threaten anything, and it took him so long to get into his own Stargate, into his Fleet Beacon, into his Tempest Rush. Because it took so long, Patches had so much time to prepare to even counterattack and to shut down the initial proxy, or the initial cannon rush, the initial cannons. So it did feel a little bit awkward, did feel very delayed here from MJG. Shout out to Patches for wedging his drop in between the mineral line. It was very, very nice position where he was able to snipe the Forge, snipe the Cybercore, and kill over 15 probes. Again, MJG went down to 3 workers. And of course was able to hold his own and get some value out of those Tempests, but alas wasn't quite able to break the base, break the main. GG. GG, well played. We're going to be loading into game number 4. We're going to be loading into Title Citadel. Let's go. Here we go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss himself, out from the land of the UK, leading the series 2-1 and 1 game away from claiming the series. It is MJG. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Purple Terran player, representing the Platinum Heroes from the land of the Americas. It is Patches. Let's go. Let's go again. He has already put a point on the board, and it's been a very chaotic series. It's been very chaotic. Game 1, MJG went Proxy Robo. Game 2, Proxy Gateway. Game 3, Cannon Rush. Game 4, what's left? As we are proxying. We are going for the proxy here on the right-hand side. Nothing but cheese. No boy. At the same time, Patches, I don't think has properly gotten into a 2-base economy. It's also been 1-base play out of Patches as well for the most part. A lot of 1-base play. They're both animals. Like they're made for each other, man. Separated by land and sea, but they're like-minded. As we have 1 gate at home, 1 across the map. Going for the initial proxy setup. Meanwhile, Patches is going 2-Axe Reaper. This is looking just like Tourmaline. If you recall, we saw this same setup here on Tourmaline, with MJG going Zealot into Stalker, into ideally delaying the CC on the low ground and getting some damage done. It was Patches who had opened up with double Reaper, shut down the first Stalker, defended initially, but if you remember, the follow-up was a little bit odd, with Patches going into Cyclone and Cloak Banshee. Hello, MJG. As it's not just 2-gate. Cybercore is done. What are we hiding? Stargate or Twilight Council? We could go Stargate into Dark Shrine, I suppose. Sorry, I'm going to say Twilight Council to Dark Shrine, or just Stargate into Proxy Oracle. Show us what you got. Yep, Twilight Council. Typically, there's no reason to proxy a Twilight Council unless you plan on going for the Dark Shrine as well. So I'm leaning more towards fast DTs. You might be thinking, hold up, do DTs really work well against Terran because of scans? The answer is yes, right? Especially because Patches is staying on 1 base. So his scans are going to be very limited. You can see here, 3-max setup factor as well, all on 1 CC. So because that Patches is on a very low economy, he's going to want to mule as much as he can. So I'm very concerned for Patches. Assuming this is Dark Templar. Yeah, there it is. Dark Shrine gets thrown down. $1980 was 20 years ago, obviously. Ah, Smurge. Smurge, pappy. As we're going 3-max Mass Reaper. Back at home, there is a shield battery. There's a battery here in the mineral line. We have our 2 gateways. One of the gateways is going to be depowered. Dark Shrine is still not even halfway done. And there is no warp gate. So MJG is down to 1 gateway. He's expanding? Okay. Is going for the expansion. Meanwhile, we still have Mass Reaper. Remember, we're making 3 Reapers at a time. Cyclone as well, all on 1 base. And with this high amount of Reapers, yes, even though there's a shield battery, there's only one gateway. There's a chance here that maybe patches can just break the economy. Let's go. Going on over. Takes down the battery. There's 2 Stalkers in the main. Soon to be 3. Oh. As the DC does warp in defensively. And it does warp in. Now Patches knows. Oh, good. Bit of a miss rally. Going for the... We're going for the gold, Pappy. Let's go. Going for the gold expansion. DTs are welling in back at home. Are we holding onto a scan? We are. Okay, there's 1 scan here in the chamber. He's got 1 scan. He's going for his eBay as well for his turrets. Barely does not deny the warp in. There's the first scan. Does catch the first Dark Templar. Does get the first. And we're in a really awkward game state. MJG currently has a better economy. He's on 2 bases, getting up to a 2-base economy. He's macroing up back at home, building up into charge. Meanwhile, Patch is also macroing as well, getting his gold. He's trying to get his gold base up and running. Time is just a number. Time is Oliveira, Pat. It's now Oliveira. We miss Penan. We miss him. Penan. As the players they back off from each other, we're slowly building up here on 2 bases. The goal base, it's still taking quite some time to saturate. Unlike Protoss, Patches he can't recall over. But he needs that goal to get up and running. As he is moving out. Does move out, he's got his Raven. Oh, the Raven taking some hits. Does have to back off. You want to get some decent... Oh, God, jeez. Calm down with the Raven, baby. Okay, Raven does barely survive. And initially a better trade here for Patches. Catching at the DT. But alas, he has to respect those charge lots. Yeah, he's gonna get out of here. He has to get the hell out of here. Zealots take a collapse in. Oh, they barely don't get on top of the Cyclones. Okay. Better trade to Patches. Oh. Initially better trades. Meanwhile, that's a 2 HP pylon. Barely survives. Again, this goal base is slowly getting saturated. Almost there. And MJG, he doesn't have the wherewithal to check. He's not quite checking. That's going to be a lot of Zealots, though. We're bringing 5 Zealots at a time. And I would favor MJG if they fought out in the open. If they engaged, or if Patches was here on the low ground, then sure, MJG could break him. But if Patches defends here at the ramp, I don't really see MJG having too much success here. Like, there's no need to push in. He checks for the natural. Once he sees there's no base, he does not have to push. There's no need. But there is a need. Like, because there is a base, there's a gold. So our Protoss player working with incomplete information. His wing conditions deny the natural, and he believes he's doing it, right? He believes he is denying the natural base. He believes he's getting further ahead when he isn't. And tank shots going off. MGG, he checks, he sees, he confirms. Yeah, he spots the gold, now he knows. He's now aware of the... Oh, Archon's get a couple of volleys off. But the Raven survives. That one Zealot getting, what, 5 kills? Jesus. 5 SCV kills. Insane damage. Have a nice pick up here. Gets an Archon. Archon goes down. Prism into the main base. Back at home, there are some units to defend. Tank is in position. Marines as well. Nice kiting. Nice defense. Very nice. Patches he holds. Patches is holding on. Cyclone gets a lock on. There's still pylons out here. There's still reinforcements points, so that can still threaten Patches. But hey, still has his gold. For now. Has the gold base. MJG, he's sending his elves over to deal with it. Back at home, we have no shield batteries, no defensive setup, but there's an Immortal, an Archon. Patches, can he pull this off? He has no stim. Oh, sorry, he does. Okay, he has stim. He has +1. Patches throwing down the wall of turrets. Let's go. Yeah, turrets are being thrown down, and Patches, he breaks through the natural, takes care of all the Zealots. There's one Immortal left. Barely is going to be saved. Nah, not even. Yeah, Immortal goes down, and Prism gets locked on. There's detection, and Patches, he breaks the natural. Whew, he breaks the natural. GG, well played, and we are going to the ace match. Going all the way to game 3. Ay. GG again. MJG committing into the proxy DTs, but barely did any damage, and Patches got away with the gold base. He got away with the gold, was able to take advantage of it, able to build up, able to break out. And again, we saw that MJG did overextend with his Zealot army. We did mention earlier that his goal was just to deny the natural, didn't have to commit to a fight. At the same time, though, he also didn't know that there was a natural base. There was that gold. GG. Now we're going all the way to game 5. Going to be loading into the Old Republic. COVID pandemic was a really rough month. Oh, the 2-day lockdown, Pappy. It was crazy. It's crazy. Felt like it lasted forever. Let's go. As we're getting into the ace match here, we're getting into game 3 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic. We have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss himself, being forced into the ace match. He was up 2-0, by the way. He was up 2-0, but now he's being forced to game 5. What the hell do we have in store for us this time? It is MJG. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Terran player, we have the purple Terran for the Platinum Heroes. It is Patches. Whew. Oh boy, again, we have had non-stop one base play. I mean, sure, last game our players did eventually expand, but it's just been hyper aggression and some pure nonsense out of both Patches and MJG. It's been chaos. And I'm ready for more of that. Let's go. Once again, the probe does veer off on the right-hand side. The probe is rallied here towards the right-hand side, just outside of the natural. This is a prime location for a proxy robo, or potentially something else. So we'll see what he commits into as the probe is on the way. At the same time, we have the SE Scout into the main. Once again, 2-Max Reaper out of Patches. We've seen this 3 times now in this series. 2-Max Reaper as the opener. And here comes the proxy. Once again, no expansions. Our players will not be expanding. Once again, I do want to favor Patches initially, but we'll see how hard MJG commits. Cybercore is almost done. Do we go for the Robo? Do we go for the Stargate? This time it shouldn't be a Twilight Council. It's too close. And it's going to be Stargate. Okay. So proxy Stargate. With this, we can go for the proxy Oracle, and we can go straight for the mineral line, straight for the economy. Oh, it's gonna be 3-Rax Reaper. You tell me, what shoots up? What shoots up here? Ay. Again, it's gonna be Mass Reaper here instead. MJG already getting a safety shield battery in the mineral line. Now, does he check? He's checking! He checks, he sees! Yeah, he does check, he does confirm the Stargate, he does spot it. Wasting a little bit of DPS here on the Stargate itself. We want to go for this for the battery. Or for the pylon. But here we go, Mass Reapers on the way. We have the first Adept also en route. Oh, sorry, in my brain that was a shield battery, so it's double pylon. And it's gonna be proxy Void Ray. Oh god. The Void Rays are amassing. Adept does run away. Oh! Nice control. Pulls back the Reaper. As we have 3 pylons here to protect, the Adept does get focused down. The first pylon will fall, but the Void Ray will pop. And there's going to be vanilla Marines to defend. Yeah, the Marines are amassing. Bunker is on the way. Getting to stim. A more ideal defense would have been Factory into Cyclone, but he had a 3-axe follow-up is the issue. Did not have a Factory to work with. And the Void Ray can just slip by. Takes out one of the Marines. Oh, may even get all 3. Yeah, 2 Marines go down. At the same time, Reapers, they get into the mineral line, but again, that shield battery's in position, so is the Stalker. Void Ray does sustain some hull damage. And more Voiders are amassing. No batteries. No batteries, just voids. Uh-oh. Okay, for a moment there, I mean, yeah, he can target down that depot. No! Not the high yield depot. Not like this. Nice distraction. Reapers, they hit the proxy. They hit the pylon. Does cause a distraction, does give Patches more time to get into stim. And Stim is about to finish. Can he catch out the Void Rays? Oh. Patch is a little bit out of position here. Gets the Adept. Stim is still barely not yet done. And he does beat that little Marines. There we go. Does take down one of the Voids. One Void Ray goes down. He's trying to stim forward. There's 2 Void Rays left, but again, a really awkward position to fight. As MJG able to make use of the terrain. Patches goes to the stim. He gets 1. No, shit, he doesn't get it. Yeah, doesn't get it. The Adepts have arrived as well, and MJG, he will lose one of the Void Rays, but he has so much more on the ground. Joe, the full HP, the full heal. Let's go. As it's still pure Marine, by the way. Patches, he has 900 gas. Oh, God. He has so much gas in the bank, man. Ay, ay, ay. Actually, could be even pulling out of gas into the mineral patches at this point. As again, Patches, he's so mineral starved. He's forced to pull the boys as well. And I feel like MJG has done it. He's got his shield battery, he's got his Adepts. 3 Voiders behind this as well. The Marines, they do stim in, they get 1. But there's just not enough fire, not enough Marines. I say that, Adepts are going to be cleaned up, but there's still 2 Void Rays left over. The mass Void Ray, baby. Yeah, MJG has done it. He has broken the economy, he has broken the back of Patches. Again, going into mass Marine was an interesting response, but he was kind of forced into it just because he already had a 3-rack setup. So just very unfortunate there for Patches when it came to his build of choice and what he was up against. Patches, for some reason, really believes in the Marine only response. Oh, is that intentional? Oh, that's crazy. if this is something that he usually does against this, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. We need an intervention with Patches, baby. We need to. Oh no. As Patches, he commits in. Again, bleeds out all of his Marines. He just cannot keep up, and MJG has done it. Went all the way to the ace match, went all the way to game 5, but GG gets called, and MJG will claim the series 3-2. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, just a really risky style here from Patches to commit into Mass Marine. Again, it's not the most efficient kind of way of playing this out, just because the Marines are so fragile, they're so brittle, and you kind of have like a one and done sort of deal with them with your stim, as opposed to your typical factory starport follow-up. Now, again, to be fair, I want to say that as he scouted the Stargate, he already had a third Rax in production, so he was already kind of locked in, but there's a world where maybe he cancels and gets into the factory. I mean, again, you saw just how much gas he was banking up and how inefficient his mining was going as well, which was really hurting him. Getting into Cyclones, getting into Vikings does really help in that kind of position, but regardless, GG, well played. Went all the way to the ace match. We did have a series nonetheless, and congratulations to MJG, and a shout out to Patches for holding his own against the nonsense that was this series. It was nonsense. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into our next and final series of the broadcast. The final series here is going to be a best of five between Lemon and Ragnar. Oh boy. Now, I'm a little bit uncertain as to the reasoning for this, but Ragnar is going to be starting with a 1-0 lead. I don't know if maybe Lemon was late, and there was like a scheduling issue or something like that, but Ragnar, he was awarded game 1 in this series, so he does start with a 1-0 lead. Again, I'm not too certain as to the reasoning for that, but we're going to be jumping into game number 2 technically here. Going to be on the Old Republic. Meanwhile, big shout out to Fancy Candles in the chat. Sorry, Fancy Candies. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Gab. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. Thank you. So chat, yeah, he was late. Oh, there we go. So it looks like he was late. But here we go. We're getting into our final series of the broadcast, the final best of 5. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the red Zerg player, the Australian Zerg. It is Ragnar. So yeah, was that Platinum Heroes Patches? Yes. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Taiwanese Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Lemon. Here we go. Hello, Lemon. As Lemon, he does veer off towards the left-hand side, and you know, for a moment, I thought we were going to take a break from all the proxies and all the shenanigans and all the nonsense from what the hell just happened in MJG versus Patches, but no, the nonsense continues as Lemon does commit here to the proxy pylon, does commit into the proxy gateways, and are we going for a flower? Like, are we going for a 4 gate? Remember, there's no gases back at home. How many gates? 1, 2, 3. Almost there. Give us 4. The flower is upon us. Let's go. It's been a very long time since I've seen like a pro player do this. Very long time. As there we go, the flower is here. The 4 gates. Someone call up Coco. Someone. No. So it's going to be a 1-base 4 gate all in out of Lemon. Meanwhile, Ragnar is going to be opening up with an earlier pool, so pool into hatchery. So a bit of a safer build here by Ragnar, going for a delayed expansion. With this, it means early queens, early link production is going to be available, and we'll see if Ragnar can get a read on what's going on. The Overlord is still on the way. The second Overlord position here is a little bit awkward. Oh, we're moving out of position. So for those that are curious, it is very common for the first Overlord to be sent across the map, for the second Overlord to be kept at home to get eyes on a cannon rush. To get eyes on a cannon rush or any kind of early game shenanigans, this second Overlord is out of position. Here, so Ragnar, he will see nothing. As the Zealots are walking in, and there is no heads up here. Again, the Overlord should be here in position. Backing up those Zealots. They're moving forward. Behind this, Ragnar does go for a delayed gas. Queen pops out, but no Zerglings. Yeah, no Zerglings. As we're making 4 Zealots at a time. We have the flower, we have the 4-leaf clover, Pappy. Yeah, Zealots get into the mineral line. Crucial here, the Lemon doesn't get surrounded. As we circle with his control. At the same time, Ragnar wants to bait the army further into the mineral line. Oh no! Lings do pop out. And again, we attempt the surround. Nice position here out of Lemon. It does pull away, does avoid the surround. He kites back, and it takes care of so many Lings and so many drones. There's going to be 6 drones going down, and this is becoming too much. It's getting out of hand. At this point, there are far too many zealots. The main base has been broken. Now the boys are being pulled. Now we're up to 2 queens, but that is critical damage. Up to 14, 15 drone kills. Still not done. Takes out every single drone. 0 drones remaining. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, down to 0 drones. And sure, we have 3 queens, but the damage has been done as we can just keep rallying. Remember, Lemon, he has an economy. He can just keep producing, keep rallying, and Ragnar cannot. As Ragnar has no money to make a drone. So 0 income. As they'll take a collapse in. And again, we're down to our 2 queens. Oh no. They can only kite for so long as the final queens that get surrounded. GG gets called and Lemon takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Lemon takes the lead in the series, and again, a very chaotic game 1 here, going for the proxy 4 gate. Somewhere out there, Coconut has just woken up. Like, there's a flower happening out there in competitive play. Let's go. Let's go. As we're now getting into game number 2. This build was a throwback. It is. Like, it's been a very long time since we've seen a proxy 4 gates, especially in ZVP. But let's go. Let us go as we're getting into game number 3, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the Australian Protoss, sorry, the Australian Zerg player. With the Australian Zerg, we have the pink Zerg going for the 12 pool. It is Ragnar. Going for the 12 pool, and spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Taiwanese Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Lemon. This time Lemon is setting up back at home. Meanwhile, Ragnar is going for the initial 12 pool. Now we'll see if this is going to be a 12 pool drone pool or something more committed. Ooh, as we're going for the extractor trick, there is going to be no proxy hatchery. Interesting. So there's no proxy hatchery set up here to disrupt the wall, but we could still pull the boys. Now what's going to be terrifying here is whether or not Lemon does scout this at a time with his probe scouts, as he should be moving out across the map soon. Oh, blind 2 gate opener. Jesus. That's unfortunate. So 2 gate opener out of Lemon. Very aggressive starts, and with that, it does mean that his cyber core is going to be delayed. So he's gonna, and I should say cybercore delayed. His Nexus is gonna be a little bit later here in favor of the extra gateway. And with this can lead into early adept aggression. Like, this can get quite out of hand. And the scary thing here is that we had a 12 pool, but we're not doing anything with it. Yeah, 12 pool expand and no link production here. So Ragnar is gonna have a subpar economy, and he's gonna have late link speed. Like, that's the biggest downside here, and the biggest scary thing about going for a 12 pool like this is your gases are so late, your link speed is heavily delayed, and that means that these adepts, there's nothing to be scared of. Like, they can just go to town. Here we go. We're making 2 adepts at a time. It should be 2 and then 4 adepts. Ragnar, he didn't the Overlord. Where's the Overlord? Ragnar, he should have his first Overlord here to scout this, but he sent his Overlords to check for proxies. Ooh, this is a reaction. This is a response to what happened early on in game 1, because Ragnar, because it was a proxy 4 gate, he's overreacting and over responding to that, overcompensating. So he's unaware as to what's coming his way. Again, there's no expansion. Like, there's no expansion. We have adepts, we have stalkers. Lemon, he scouted how late the expansion was. And again, there's no link speed. Link speed just now starting here at 3 minutes. Meanwhile, big shout out to Jeff Bezos in the chat for the 100 gas. Sorry for the 100 gas. My mind right now is on the gas income. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. 100 bits, man. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. As reps, they can kite well here. Yeah, they kite well. They bully the Lings. Lings, they chase off of creep. The aggression continues, getting a 3rd gateway here in the face of Ragnar. And again, it was just a really rough early game. Just really rough early game here when it came to the build of choice and also when it came to the follow-up scouting. Adepts a shed into the main. Drones are being one-shots. Okay, getting 4, 5, 6 drone kills. This is already critical damage. Ay, ay, ay. And technically, this is a 1 base 4 gate all in, but not the same build. Like, we didn't get there the same way. Again, it was initially the 2 gate opener. And Lemon, he saw an opening. Saw an opening to just keep on pushing. Lings, they attempt to surround. Stalkers, they Kai well back to the ramp. Reducing service area. And all these things that will fall. Oh god, as we can just keep going. They just keep kiting back. Crazy SimCity. And GG gets called. Ragnar has been broken, and Lemon will take a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, just a really unfortunate start. It did feel like game 1 did influence game 2 quite heavily here, where because in game 1 we had the proxy 4 gate, here in game 2, Ragnar, he had sent both his overlords to scout for proxies, whereas typically that is unnecessary and typically that hurts you. So because of that, he was unable to confirm whether or not it was a standard opener or a more aggressive opener across the map. It was 2 gates leading into 1 base all in, and again, Ragnar was working with incomplete information. On top of that, did open up with a 12 pool, but didn't really commit into any kind of aggression, so set himself behind with the opener as well. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. Going to be loading into game number 4. Going to be loading into Tourmaline. Oh boy. We'll see if the aggression does continue. We'll see. And spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the pink Zerg player. The pink Zerg player himself. We have the Australian Zerg. Sorry, what? In my brain. Sorry, we have the Australian Zerg, but switching to Protoss here. Okay, pink Protoss player instead. It is Ragnar. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have the Taiwanese Protoss. We have the blue Protoss. Once again, going for the proxy. It is Lemon. Here we go. So this time we have a PvP. Okay. Ragnar does switch to Protoss, and we'll see how this does unfold here. Now, when it comes to PvP, we should be seeing a probe scout. We should be seeing a probe scout out of Ragnar to confirm the lack of pylon. We should be seeing that soon after the initial gateway setup. Meanwhile, Lemon is already proxying across the map, going for the proxy 2 gates. Gateways have been thrown down. We have our opener back at home. Yeah, the opener here is a little bit messy for Ragnar. And on top of that, I don't see a probe scout, so I'm a little bit concerned here. Lack of probe scouts means lack of information. He's not fully aware as to what's going on. As again, there is no pylon, or I guess there's a second pylon here back at home. But this is a bit of a messier build as we took our gases a little bit too soon. Okay, prioritizing gases, Jesus. Pulling in. Zelts are on the way. And we'll see how we get into this. As again, because of the opener, because of the earlier gateway here, we're not able to make use of it. So a very messy opener out of Ragnar. Lemon is moving in. That first pylon here is going to be the target, and we'll see if we can depower everything. There's no warp gate. There's no cybercore, of course. Oh boy. Oh boy. Can we save the pylon, Pappy? Can we save it? Zelts gets spotted. He knows. Ragnar, he scouts. He's aware. And he does try to fully wall off, tries to reduce the surface area. And again, the Zelts have arrived. We have Stalkers behind this. And that pylon is going to go down. Oof. Yeah, all the gateways get depowered. There's nothing here. There's nothing left. I mean, we're able to repower the gateways at least, thankfully. But the Stalkers are rallying in. Stalkers are rallying in. They focus on both pylons. The third pylon is going to go down as well. There are at least a couple of Zealots to defend. The boys are being pulled. Ragnar, he attempts to surround, but Lemon can just kite. He can just kite back, just has to avoid that surround. Picking off the probes, one after the other. It does pick off the workers. And Ragnar has no production. Like, there's just no production here. There's nothing to defend. He's working on warp gates, but these gateways are never going to repower. Yeah, it's never going to happen. GG gets called. Lemon, he will claim the series 3-1. He will advance on into the, I believe, round of 16. GG. GG. GG, congratulations here to Lemon as it does claim the series, does advance on. Shout out to Ragnar, of course, for taking part, for competing. A bit of a messier final game here, but definitely in the last couple of games we did see like potential, I would say. Some quirky builds out of Lemon. Unfortunately, a big boon there for Ragnar was just lack of information, lack of scouting, lack of overlord positioning specifically. It's something that is sometimes overlooked at like higher levels, but your overlord, your initial overlord scouting and positioning is crucial to be able to get away and to be able to respond and to be able to defend against some early aggression with your first and second overlord placements. So again, that did mean that Ragnar was playing blind for the most part and had very little time to react to what Lemon was doing. GG. GG, well played. But otherwise, congratulations here to Lemon. And with that, that is going to be us wrapping up our broadcast for the morning, specifically, just because we do have another broadcast this evening. As you can see here, we have the brackets. We just wrapped up with 6 best of 5s. It's a lot of best of 5s. A lot of best of 5s here. Winding it back, if you recall, we did begin the broadcast with Mute versus Defiance. Mute did take down Defiance 3-0 to advance on into the round of 16, where he faced off against Rebellion. Mute and Rebellion, they went all the way to the ace match, and Mute, he barely beat Rebellion 3-2. I highly recommend checking out the VODs, as that was a very intense back and forth PvP that led us into Eon versus MiniZerg, which was also very intense, a bit of a shorter series. MiniZerg did take down Eon 3-0. Very impressive performance there by the young up-and-comer. MiniZerg, of course, he is an 18-year-old Ukrainian Zerg player and has been looking really good over the past couple of months, has been improving quite quickly. That led into Creature versus Hatsul. Creature did take down Hatsul 3-0, with Hatsul being hyper aggressive and hyper cheesy all 3 games, and that aggression failing. That was the game where Creature went down to 5 probes. He went down to 5 probes and he was able to have a crazy comeback against a 15 drone Zerg player. 5 probes, that's all you need. That's all you need, man. That's all you need. So Creature had a crazy comeback there. We then had Patches versus MJG, which was nonsense. It's complete nonsense. Non-stop 1 base all-ins out of both Patches and MJG. It was crazy, but it was crazy. In the end, MJG barely beat Patches 3-2, and then we had Lemon taking down Ragnar 3-1 to round out the broadcast. Also with non-stop cheese and non-stop aggression, we had a lot of all-ins tonight. A lot of all-ins, a lot of cheese. Meanwhile, when it comes to the bracket itself, that concludes day 1 of this tournament. We still have Sebestus versus Hydra into Shameless, a lot of PvPs. Honmono versus Hackers Top, that'll be a lot of fun. That's also 2 just apes at each other. It's going to be amazing. We have MiniZerg versus Inexorable. That's going to be a lot of fun as well. That's going to be an exciting ZVT. We then have MiniVK versus Demi into Young Yakov. We then have Creature versus Jumi in a PvP, and MJG versus Ledlix in a PvP as well. A lot of PvPs, a lot of mirror matchups. That's what we expect for a lot of these online tournaments. But hopefully we're able to get some nice diversity coming into the quarterfinals. When it comes to this event, it should be lasting around 2 months. Around 2 months time, we just covered day 1, and we might cover day 2, or it might go the way of another one of these casters. The way that this works, OSC, they get in contact with ourselves, Chicken Man, Dave Testa, Steadfast, Wardy, and they usually rotate casters. So we cast day 1, maybe Steadfast cast day 2, maybe Chicken Man cast day 3, Wardy day 4, Dave Testa day 5, that sort of thing. So usually OSC, they rotate depending on who's available and who wants to cast. So we'll see. We might cast again next week, or maybe not. So hard to say. Hard to say, but regardless, GG well played. With that, we're going to be wrapping up for the morning. When it comes to the rest of our schedule, you can see here, we're here on Tuesday. We're here Tuesday morning. We do have Rongi Cup later on tonight. Rongi Cup Playoffs Day 1 is going to be later on this evening. That's going to be 2 best of 5s, I believe. 2 best of 5s with Solar, Showtime. Who else is playing? Let me just double check. It's going to be Solar versus Classic and Hero versus Showtime. That's it. So two best of fives. That is going to be this evening. Tomorrow, going to be live with Rongi Cup Day 2. We have a Pegastar Cup tomorrow morning as well. I'm a little bit tentative on that one. I do apologize. We've been missing like 3 or 4 Pegastar Cups, but there's just been other things that have been taking up our time. We have the Podcast on Thursday, and we have Friday off. The reasoning for that is because, and same with Thursday morning off as well. We have had our bunnies have had a lot of medical issues here in January. That's why we've been casting a lot less. We've barely been casting in January. Do apologize for that. And one of our bunnies is having an operation on Thursday, so we're going to be going and dropping the bunny off at the vets Thursday morning and picking her up on Friday. And hopefully everything will go well. And there's going to be a recovery process. That's also why over the weekend we only have 1 cast for each day. We're going to be taking it slow, taking it easy, and there's going to be less casting over the next couple of weeks. Usually there's like a 10 to 14 day like recovery period, and have to be there for my pet bunnies. Have to be there for them, to make sure they're okay, to make sure they're eating, to make sure they're taking care and there's nothing going wrong. So it's going to be a bit of an intense couple of, like, it's been an intense month, and we'll be able to get back into proper casting coming into like second half of February, coming into March. Like February, March, we should be able to go back to our regular casting schedule. Again, I do apologize for us having a very lean and a very light schedule over the past month in January, but just because there've been, again, a lot of things happening IRL and just haven't had the time to cast, unfortunately. Also, as a bit of a PSA, this leads into this weekend. Home Story Cup this weekend. Home Story Cup is this weekend, and we have been the B stream for Home Story Cup for the past like 5 editions, for the past couple of years. But because of the operation, because of what's happening over, on Friday, I will not be able to cast. I will not be able to cast Home Story Cup. So I do apologize. For the first time in years, we will not be a part of Home Story Cup. Just, yeah, to have other priorities, won't be available. So unfortunately, we will not be casting Home Story Cup. We may be able to cast it via replays after the fact, like maybe in March. We'll catch up on replays, but we won't be able to cast it live. So no live casting for Home Story Cup. Do apologize. But again, just other things have been going on. MJG patches was amazing. It was a clown fiesta, baby, clown fiesta. But this is our current weekly schedule. Again, subject to change. Might change a little bit, but for the most part, this should be our schedule. There's a chance that maybe over the weekend we just cut casting completely, but we'll see. We'll see how things go. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do appreciate it, and we're going to be heading off for the morning. We're going to be back in around 5 hours. We're going to be back in 5 hours time. So I've got 5 hours to get some breakfast, get some food, get things ready for the next cast. In 5 hours, going to be back with Rongi Cup playoffs. As I mentioned before, it's going to be Solar versus Classic and Showtime versus Hero. We'll see you later tonight. We will see you later tonight. Until then, ciao, bye, ciao. See you next time. Oh. And also, if you want to support us, you can do so via Patreon. True. You can do so via Patreon. No good. Exclamation mark Patreon in the chat, exclamation mark YouTube for the VODs. And you can also help donate if you wish, to help us out when it comes to vet costs. You can see the donation goal just under me if you wish, but otherwise it's all good. Otherwise it's okay. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Ciao, bye, ciao. See you next time.